Hello, everyone.
Bonjour.
Welcome to the stream.
Hi.
Matthew Bennett, I'm so ready for block gaming communism. Hell yeah.
Your camera.
My camera's not working. I don't know what's happening. I think I need to restart again. Maybe need to restart the camera again.
Just plug it in, plug it out.
We'll just leave it off for a second and see if that changes anything.
Yeah, I'm headed there right now. Oh, I think I know.
Let's hide that. There we go. We're on the survivor island, the survival world now.
Zach is on the survival world.
I'm in the survival world.
I'm still trying to build something. I don't like playing survival because I don't have a controller.
Well, Dennis, we'll just have to change that one day now, won't we?
Yeah, too bad Java doesn't support controllers.
By change that, I mean change that we do not currently have a Bedrock server up and running for this world. One day we'll get a Bedrock server going. A lot of people actually do want a Bedrock server, so
it'd be fun.
Yeah, everybody can play on console and enjoy themselves.
Yeah, I could play on my couch.
Yeah, the hard work of sitting in front of your computer to stream.
It hurts my butt.
Well, we will have to.
You don't pay enough.
We will have to address
like,
that thing.
Yeah, you don't.
You're right.
You don't pay enough to worry about my butt health.
Your butt health.
Sciatica.
Hemorrhoids.
I've actually never had hemorrhoids. As big of a bottom as I've been, I've never gotten hemorrhoids.
Well, congrats. You should. You know what? We should make a cake. Congrats on being hemorrhoid free for another year.
Yeah, once I start bottoming again, I'll make it a goal of mine to get hemorrhoids.
Oh, looks
but
like
that is not
Brandon's
today, because guess what? We're in a global pandemic.
Yes, Reed.
Who am I gonna bottom for? My ex who I live with? No, because he's bottom too.
Your OnlyFans that you would clearly have.
You know what? I don't know. I just don't think people would like how I look. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, what's up?
How's it going?
You know, I've got like a stream that I'm doing tomorrow with Aurora. I spent, and this shows you how ad hoc things are around here. Like literally, we decided to do it. We finalized that we were going to do it this afternoon. I made a poster at like 4 or something like that. And then I spent like the next 3 or 4 hours just texting people like, hey, you want to come on this thing? But the cool thing is, despite it being a totally last minute thing, I mean, like we got Adriel Hampton's going to be on it. Lauren Ashcraft's going to be on it. Brian from Street Fight Radio is going to be on it. That's world premiere news, by the way. Because I'm always looking out for y'all, bringing the content. And yeah. Like, just everybody out of nowhere is like, yeah, I'm down. We're going to do it.
Yeah, that's cool as fuck. I mean,
especially on a day where everyone in the entire world is doing this election day stream nonsense, right?
Yeah.
And it's whack. Y'all as a show have tried to stay away from really corny stuff like that, which I appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, we went for even cornier stuff. We started reading Conquest of Bread, right?
That's less corny than doing, like, election night. That's way cornier in my opinion. Because think about this. Like, the Conquest of Bread is, first of all, everybody hasn't read it. Even on the quote unquote the left, everybody hasn't read the Conquest of Bread. And also, like, it's an event, like things are happening in the book, just the progression of time. With election night coverage, it's like, well, we don't know what's happening. We don't know what's happening.
And nothing's happening.
Yeah,
we're just actively like hoping that time restarts once again after the election happens.
Traditionally, this election coverage is just people just squeezing their own genitalia thoughtfully. And that is just how it's always gone.
It's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, but thoughtfully, in a sensitive, television friendly way, but still they're doing it. So it's good to do something that's a little different, and ours is going to be a purely cope focused stream. So we're going to probably do like 10% actual analysis of the election, like if something actually happens. But it's mostly going to be us looking on the internet for people who thought Trump was going to win and Trump's losing, or people who thought Biden was going to win and Biden's losing, and then laughing at them. And I think that's good entertainment. And it's 3 hours while we're sitting here being rude to people. I don't know, you guys don't mind. We got lots of time to think. These people who are doing the day-long streams, get a grip, get control of yourself. No one should be watching election coverage for an entire day.
Honestly, the spectacle that it is, like,
I know, it's like the Super Bowl. It's like Fox NFL Sunday for the nerds in the media.
That's I mean, that's better than I was gonna say. Jeez, but it absolutely has just become like you watch it and then it's over. And I mean, I guess that for us, it feels like we've been watching election stuff for so long now because we've been having to pay attention because the election has been happening for like 3 years now.
Yeah.
But it feels both like frightening that it's finally here and anticlimactic. Like there was no big Trump like storyline that he had going on. He did lose like all the meme magic, it felt like. So this has been more a practice in how badly can Biden fuck it up.
Right. That's how I feel.
I mean, well, do you think he's fucked it up enough to lose the election to a guy that, I mean, we've had to start measuring the COVID death toll in 9/11s. So roughly 20 9/11s we've gone through under the sky in a year.
Yeah.
Right.
So we've had 9/11 every other week in the United States.
Well,
and this guy and we're talking about this guy might win.
Yeah, it's insane to me how badly he's run it. If we're still questioning, like, I feel better than I did about, I feel better than I did about Hillary in 2016. But
sure,
I also
there wasn't any scandal.
Yeah, and also I didn't. There was nothing. Yeah, there was nothing like happening. Like it wasn't like, oh God, that's gonna fuck with us. Like they're trying to make the big thing about Hunter Biden.
No one cares.
Watching the cavalcades of Trump supporters drive around and just openly like do voter suppression at the polls. My fear is that we were not ready for how crazy it was going to get.
Who's we, and by how crazy do we just mean the cavalcades?
I mean by we, I guess everyone who even thinks that, like, if we're still at a point where we think that an election is going to do something, then I guess that's the target of this. Like, yeah, we joke. I guess joke. We don't joke. We understand that electoralism is meaningless to to our rights and to our interests. Oh fuck! Oh shit! Don't come over here! No! Ah! Okay, sorry.
He's telling that to Trump.
I'm gonna die. I don't want to die.
That's our election joke, folks.
But no, I think we're gonna see more stuff like that caravan, man.
Yeah, like
no, I fully believe that. I kind of feel like Biden's gonna win, but we're gonna see, like, that doesn't mean Trumpism is going to leave.
No, I feel like liberals have a total Pollyanna. They think it's like killing a lich.
Yeah,
it's like you kill the head zombie, and then the rest of the creatures, they just explode into a pile of dust.
Right.
And
yeah.
The only thing that I can think of that would be good is that if Trump does something that if Trump expires, then
Sure.
quite a bit of that will
I don't think
quite a bit of
so.
that momentum will go, because he's kind of their figurehead right now.
But yeah, I feel like maybe him dying might make it worse.
I don't. These people have
Because a guy that's a person that's alive can be humiliated.
Right, but
and as any online leftist will tell you, death is the only freedom from humiliation.
True.
I do feel like these people have kind of like goldfish brains, though. Like I do think that it will stop quite a bit of it, quite a bit of momentum, at least from getting to the point where like actual like damage could happen. And I do think that might be happening soon, only because I did see some Trump interviews from the 90s, and he has lost it. Like he's very far gone, and I think it might be like dementia.
Have you guys considered that Trump might run again in 4 years, dementia or no, and would win a primary easily?
Like, I think he will, but I think the Republican Party will try to stop it and instead put in someone who
the Lincoln Project.
I mean, yes, but they did try to stop him. Yeah, they did try to stop him last time. Now, if you say the Lincoln Project is going to get a guy and they're generally going to fight for that party, but think of all of the Republicans who would have fit into that movement. All of them have left. It doesn't seem like they're fighting to hold that party. It seems like they're trying to take over the Democratic Party and being welcomed.
I think, you know what I think, actually? I think the Democrats, in order to try and get some more power, might start to get, like, I think they might get, like, a Liz Cheney to run as a Democrat.
Boy.
Yeah.
I think that's fully possible.
When I say we're not ready, I mean we're not ready for what
if there's an election between Liz Cheney and Donald Trump, I want to be clear, voting for Donald Trump
is the lesser of two evils.
Donald Trump would clearly be the lesser of two evils in that situation.
Yeah.
Especially if you think of like Middle Eastern people as human, then it's not even close.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Jesus. Yeah.
Hopefully we don't have to deal with that, right?
God. Again, for the like 16th president in a row. When I say we're not ready, I mean like there's still this sense that once we win, we're going to go back to normal. Like the text messages I get are like, hey, this is the most important election of your time. Where is it? Let's be clear. Trump is a pathological liar. He does not respect the rule of law, and he does not believe in science. For the sake of our democracy, our planet, and for millions of working people who are struggling, we must... And it does not say we must arm ourselves and we must defend defend America, with everything that we have. We have to get the the U.S. generals out to start talking about like what's going to happen after this election if the sitting president doesn't step down. It says we must elect Joe Biden.
But here's the thing about that. No one should say that out loud.
Well,
if you're running for president, you shouldn't say that, even if it's true.
That's true. I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that anybody does electoralism good. So I think that even things that like you should that you maybe shouldn't quote unquote say like we're beyond like maybe decorum and norms, right?
I would agree, but I would also say in this particular situation, because the thing that we're worried about, especially, well, let me ask y'all this: does Trump have the approval of the military?
I think it's half and half.
I think it's toss up.
Are the people giving the orders in the military supportive of Trump?
I don't think so.
Like, what does that split look like if we're saying it's half and half? Is it half across the officers, half across the troops, half across the soldiers?
Oh, it's troops, certainly. Yeah, I don't think that for the most part that any of the officers or any of the like even NCOs, like I don't think most of those people.
I
think there people in those positions are almost maybe mature enough to like understand the danger that Trump represents as a demagogue. Is that the right?
Sure. If that's our feeling, and we think that the Joint Chiefs are going to be against Trump, and maybe half the grunts will support him. And by the way, I feel like you guys are being maybe a little bit pessimistic about regular people who join the military, who are largely like people of color, and maybe are a little more cynical about these kind of things, and maybe wouldn't join that kind of thing. But let's say it's half and half. Would you rather be Donald Trump or Joe Biden in that kind of? What would be a life or death confrontation?
They're both equally bad. I think they're.
No, I mean, who do you want in the Game of Thrones? If we're speculating about a genuine behind the scenes struggle for the nuts and bolts of commanding the country, like disputed election, to the degree of the courts are deadlocked, and who is the military going to side with? Like in that kind of doomsday scenario, who you got?
Kamala Harris.
Okay.
The thing is, I don't believe that. The one thing is like the Democrats would not be quite as obviously punitive.
And if he were to refuse to leave, and then he was just left.
Right. I don't think they would be like I think because
I think he'd be arrested. I think that I know we just as people who study history, we know that the rich don't get, but at some point I think that if he were to attempt an insurrection and fail, that he would have to face physical consequences at that point.
It would
like that at that point. We're outside of brunch protecting its own, right? Like,
I don't think that the Democrats would be punitive. I think they would give him a slap on the wrist. But like, he wouldn't. The Democrats aren't going to do anything like how
if half the if a bunch of troops joined Donald Trump in an act of insurrection. And I don't know what kind of severity you're talking about here, but so I'm trying to be generic on purpose. Those people would get off too.
I don't think they would get. I think that you would disappear a lot of the troops. I think there would be like big sham thing around finally sending Trump to to prison or whatever. And he just gets the Epstein treatment.
Waiting on you to dispute him.
This guy who's like a hero to half the country.
Yeah.
You guys think you can Epstein him without inflaming what in this scenario would already be like a really tense civil, maybe not a civil war, but civil whatever you want to call it?
Yeah, civil disagreement.
Like a Shays rebellion or whatever, like a civil action. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't think that anybody else gets away with it, but I don't think that it turns into dragging out the scaffolding for Trump at least.
I think the fact that they would, just as a matter of course, have to drag out the scaffolding just in the name of protecting the empire at that point.
Yeah.
I think that is one of the reasons why, if it looks like it's not happening for Trump, it won't happen.
Yeah.
Because he physically is kind of a wimp. Like, he is not a person that's gonna. I don't think Donald Trump has ever put his life on the line for anything, and we think he's gonna put his life on the line to be president of the United States when he can just go back to Twitter and post. He can hold rallies. He can hold a rally in January, and just shit on Joe Biden for 3 hours. Comedy Central, live at the Apollo. And he'll be the #1 figure in America. And it's fun. Like, that's the part of the job he likes. You guys think he wants to be president so bad that he would, in my opinion, risk his life?
No, I don't think that he would. I think you are more like if he loses,
he'll just leave.
If he loses, he's gonna fight it for a little bit. That's the whole reason of getting Coney Barrett in so quickly. But if they don't. If they disagree, and I will give the Republican, or I should say the conservative judges credit. They are not they are still judges, and
not all, but a couple of them have been somewhat. Some of them are in a continuing the Bork project to destroy America. But anyway, that's a whole different.
Right.
I know what you mean.
When it comes to like the actual when it comes to like
this goes back to Nixon. You want to get into this? But yeah. No, the Republican. It's so funny that I talked about this whole thing about Trump not wanting to play the whole Game of Thrones. You guys realize the Republican Party as an institution has been at war with the idea of democracy since Richard Nixon.
Right.
Yeah, that tracks.
So we're just talking about lawful evil versus fucking chaotic evil at this point.
Yeah.
And Amy Coney Barrett is, whichever scheme goes down here is a tentpole of that project too, because I mean they're looking at the same numbers we're looking at. So for people who are like don't follow the Not Safe Network, maybe they just listen. You guys, I'm Brandon. Hi, how are you? I'm not like a crazy conspiracy theorist. That's not really my beat. So I'm not coming at this from like a Nico House situation, but I'm just like as an objective study, an objective look of history. You can go to the Nixon administration and see that there were anti-democracy actions taken by that group, and that Reagan worked with Bork, and they made a deal of quid pro quo, and Bork got his seat on the Supreme Court, and the Democratic Party did, extraordinary measures to block Bork. And ever since, the Republicans have made that Supreme Court an ideological project.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it always has been, but especially.
Right, but I still feel like they can't give up the idea. I still feel like, despite that, they can't really give up the idea that they're, that
that cloak of legitimacy, right? And once
that would be too much of like pulling back the curtain for Americans. I think at that point, because like even conservatives, like your average everyday conservative, like my mother or my or like my stepdad, they hate the Supreme Court anyway. They don't trust them. So I think having distrust in them is probably not the best, like the best thing that they would do, or the measure that they would take. And I'm pretty sure they're aware that people don't like the Supreme Court, regardless.
Oh, certainly. The Chief Justice knows that, because the Roberts Court is kind of infamous for making decisions that are really, if you're thinking about preserving the legitimacy of the court. But like that's why people shit. Honestly, like these guys from the Voting Rights Act have not been a fucking legitimate court to me. So that's a whole different discussion. They're just as scummy as any of history's courts, and anything that the so-called Roberts Court has done that seems moderate is not. And whatever historical credit they're getting for those decisions, they shouldn't get. They're just objectively bad people. Alito, Gorsuch. Who else we got? Kavanaugh. There's a literal rapist on the Supreme Court. And the real noodle in the eye, the hard noodle in the eye, was the guy I think was picked because of his corruption and because there's so much dirt on him. Like this whole $400,000 that he owes. Do you guys know? Well, let's back up for people who don't know. Brett Kavanaugh, the Supreme Court justice, first of all, got nominated by Donald Trump after the sudden and unexplained retirement of Justice Kennedy. So we still don't know why, we have all this stuff with Ruth Bader Ginsburg who wanted to hold on for her whole life. Apparently Kennedy just had a conversation with Trump and was gone. But anyway, Kavanaugh is in debt in addition to being a sexual predator, is financially compromised. Two parties that know about right now, which sounds like weird Russiagate liberal shit, but it's actually just a fact. So that's somebody whose vote on the Supreme Court is totally like an up for sale thing. Like somebody has the lever on Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
So it's a bad. So Donald Trump Supreme Court is a bad group of guys. That's my whole point.
Yeah, I don't think it comes from. I don't think that it's necessarily Trump that would be organizing and doing uprising. I think it's literally like police
Boogaloo
officers
stuff.
and then like small time militias. Like I can see like cities maybe like it doesn't sound ridiculous to me to say that cities could be taken hostage by like their police departments.
Here's the thing. So like it wouldn't even have to be a city, would it? Like, well, first of all, like there is a just historical relationship between just those police chiefs and the mayors. Bill de Blasio, his tune changed real quick once those cops were like around his daughter. Like his tune on this stuff changed real quick.
Which, you know what? Okay, yeah. Maybe I understand that a little bit, but it still fucking sucks.
Oh yeah, no doubt, it absolutely sucks. And the issue with it though is that you don't have to even have influence on an entire city, folks, because terrorism is something that can happen in a flash, like in a block. Think of all like the synagogue shootings that we had, over these last few years. Yeah. Imagine like instead of it being one guy, imagine that like the mass shootings of the next 10 years are like 3 guys. Like, and
there was something today, wasn't there? Like 6 shooters like coordinated something.
I'm so scared, man, of just like the next 5 years being coordinated mass shootings, because it's impossible to stop a mass shooting. Like, how do you predict it? How do you know? Well, like coordination, I guess 3 people talking, that's hard too.
Yeah, I mean more fuck, what are those the robot dogs just with fucking M249s mounted on them.
And who's gonna be fighting that kind of uprising? Joe Biden, who will be loving to back the blue and show the good cops fighting the state terrorists. It's just gonna be a mess.
Yeah.
There's gonna be this guy Biden. I mean, he's talking about national unity and shit, and it's gonna be so hard because people lose their minds whenever there's a Democrat as president. If he even ends up getting elected, obviously.
The nice old lady down the street today was just telling me about how Kamala Harris is such a socialist, and bless her heart.
I
wish.
Kamala Harris is someone who, came into district attorney primarying a progressive from the right. Don't know if everybody knows that or not. But
I do. I'm Californian.
Well, that helped. Do you want to tell like a little bit of that story, or because people don't?
I mean, that's basically it. Is that she started a primary I can't remember the person's name now, but primarying a progressive DA from the right, and she kind of has always been like, I don't want to say like power hungry, but she's been in politics for like as long as I can remember her. Like, that's the only reason why she ever got any like big here in California. And she really was kind of doing it on this like tough on crime, but like in a woke way of saying like tough on crime. And this was a time of the like, this is the couple years ago, not too long ago, where like the Democratic Party was putting on these airs of being, socially progressive. So like, what better than having a black woman, be California's DA, or be the DA of San Francisco? Like, it'd be great. Nancy Pelosi, San Francisco, Feinstein, San Francisco. She primaried. God, I don't even remember his name. I think this. I didn't pay attention to this election because I was a little jaded at that point.
You don't say.
Yeah, but you know, but like her time here in California as the DA, as the I should say as the top cop of California, was pretty devastating to quite a few black families. You know, she purposefully not like
let me ask you this. Let me actually interrupt you because like we all know Kamala Harris's record, and if you're watching this, you're watching Minecraft. You've probably already decided what you think about Kamala Harris's record. Let me ask you something kind of random. You've seen her as a TV character. Rate Kamala Harris the TV character.
Like a 4, maybe.
Rate her as just an interesting person that's a character on the news.
Not even.
Ooh, that's like a 1.
Rate her as quality content. We're just saying there's nothing there to talk about with her.
I mean, she's definitely one of these like TV ready, family friendly like minorities that they could put on.
Does she strike you as just like a robot? Is she like Pete in that way?
Yeah. Well, she and Pete are really cut from the same cloth.
You know, I saw one appearance on Pod Save back when I was a Pod Save lib. And, to be fair, I was very cynical about the show. But I was like, hey, it's the 2016 election, and these guys work for Obama. They should have the inside skinny or whatever. So I was watching it and keeping it 1600 days. But anyway, yeah, and Kamala Harris was on, and my interactions with her were, you know, yelling. She's on there. She's yelling and wagging her finger at one of these Republicans. The name escapes me, but they're all awful. So she was grilling him, and I thought, oh, that's nice. Somebody's yelling at the guy, and they go and she goes on Pod Save, and she's somewhat entertaining, I guess. I think she cussed once. I was like, wow, they're cussing on Pod Save.
But you know that her opponent like kind of had a breakdown on TV and like did a dab, not like smoked, but no, I mean like she dabbed on TV.
Oh, was it like she dabbed?
Yeah, no, not Kamala. Her opponent.
Oh, her opponent. This is like states. This is like for United States Senate though. So she's gonna crush. So this was some guy that she was just out there to crush, like some Republican.
It was a woman. I think this was early enough where she was like primary or like she was running against another Democrat.
Oh, okay. Was this like an actual competition, or had the machine? Had the machine already picked?
It kind of wasn't because, like, you know, Kamala like comes from Pelosi's city, very much in like Pelosi's, you know, sort of same like.
Is she in? Would you say they're in the same ideological lane?
Yeah, I mean,
for all intents and purposes,
Kamala might arguably be slightly more progressive. But I'm like that's a stretch.
One thing. What that thing is, I have no fucking clue.
Okay, that's interesting. But anyway, I messed up because I started to talk about policy, and I really just meant, yeah, Kamala the TV character. Are we gonna get some comedy out of a Kamala Harris vice presidency? Are we gonna get anything that would entertain us or stir our emotions or just anything?
No.
Wow.
It's not even going to be entertaining. It's not going to be
Well, that seems like a weakness. Let me say, do y'all think that if she has to run for president in 4 years, and I don't, you know, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, I think Biden will survive and be fine. But let's say anything can happen to an older gentleman. So if she's got to run for president in 4 years, and, you know, she ran this time and wasn't very good.
She's going to be a worse Hillary Clinton.
Well, okay, so that worse Hillary Clinton seems like they could be primaried by a better Bernie Sanders. Or no?
Yeah. Yeah, I certainly think that's possible. That would be ideal even. Kamala Harris getting primaried by someone who is more entertaining, who is more, more progressive, who's going to be better for like the libertarian mantra of just run on legalizing weed.
AOC. Let's play with this. Because there are multiple models. Wait, you can quickly dismiss this, but I think there are multiple models for who theoretically would be that person. So one model would be AOC.
Dan Crenshaw.
Right. But she's our Dan Crenshaw. Or are you saying literally we should get that Dan Crenshaw?
Oh no, I'm saying that Dan Crenshaw would beat AOC.
Oh no. But okay, well anyway, wait, let's come back to that, because I think that would be somebody who could challenge AOC if she were elected president.
Mm-hmm.
And then the world tilts and everybody's like, well, what did she have that everybody else didn't? And they would say meme magic, and then Dan Crenshaw would be like a front runner.
Yeah.
Because he'd be able to say, I have this stuff to meme magic. But wait, let's leave that to the side.
Pointing at his eye patch, very obviously No. And then we all just vomit. Like,
wait, just you're going way beyond where this is going to go. you're going into like the 2030s. Let's stay in 2024. And theoretically, AOC. Do y'all think that she's a person that you would support in that kind of primary challenge if it comes to it? And if not, does it need to be an older established person? Or the third model, does it need to be like just an activist that's from the streets and they are of the movement, and we feel like we on the internet, toxic left, can make them the one?
I mean, wasn't that Vermin Supreme?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I feel like it was Gravel, kind of. But
yeah, but Gravel had been doing that for years, trying to like fake primary people from the left. Like,
let me put it like this, and so that, because when we say the left, it can be a lot of things. So let's say when we say Twitter, I don't mean just Twitter. I mean the Beths of Twitter get in a room, but also in the room is like Ilhan Omar, the Sunrise Movement, Arseni Prakash, the Nurses Union, the Postal Workers Union, and that they're in one big room, and they all gather around any of us, Seymour Hernandez, Josh Collins, whoever you want, right? They're like, you are now the one, and that person is accountable to the movement, and you know, we've all got enthusiasm for their record, whatever, or AOC, or we find some other old guy like Jay Inslee or whatever.
No, I think it's AOC, but I also think AOC understands that she's probably more useful in Congress at the moment, and probably until she's like in her
ready. Yeah. Because I don't. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know whether I want to send her to go up against that already.
I think carry out our will.
Yeah,
I think if anyone, it would be Tlaib.
Oh,
I'm not against that. I don't know. I feel like I would prefer activist over like established Democrat, because the critiques of AOC
is
Rashida
from the left, Tlaib an established? I guess she's been there for 4 years, but okay, let's say yes.
She does come from an activist background, though.
Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar.
Sure,
but the three, like, it feels skewed because they are picked out by the GOP as, you know, the three, whatever they're fucking calling them these days. I don't even know.
Yeah, AOC plus 3, the squad, all that.
The squad. Yeah, they feel very picked out as what's supposed to be the, you know, the next generation, whatever. The same way that Dan Crenshaw is, sure. And so both like, and the DNC has just let them be picked out as like the next generation.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem like there's any it doesn't seem like there's any play to counter that that argument. And it doesn't seem like there's any play to introduce anything else. They're just like, oh, okay, they got baptized. I guess this is fine. This is who our next generation of Yes Queens is going to be. That
Right.
say poggers on Twitch.
Right.
And
Yes.
and it's working. It's kind of cool. It's a little cool because it's, it is, these are not ancient politicians that have just
Right.
held this office for their entire lifetimes, and they're going to hold it until the day they die. These are people that are more relatable than the Joe Bidens, and they're more human than the Kamala Harris and Pete Buttigieg's. But it's like, it's not that there's a plan for them to be the next, we're not taking proactive steps to look at where we want to go. We're just kind of like being like, oh, well, this is the best of what we've stumbled into on accident, like literally blindfolded. Like we blindfolded ourselves and then went and tried to find these people, and this is what we've ended up with. Instead of being like, Josh Collins needs, he has the meme magic, and he needs resources to make that campaign work.
Right. No, and I think that that's definitely like a logical way of thinking about the situation.
Yeah, like the Josh Collins campaign was cool because it was meme magic. There was a lack.
The meme magic had no other forms of magic. You've got to have some organizing magic too.
Yeah, and the Rose Caucus was not like enough to make that campaign work.
I can tell you,
stuff within the Rose Caucus.
I got stories. All right, I've said this many times, so I'm still so pissed off about that fucking rent strike shit that they did. All like, do they understand that? Like, man, if you show that somebody on Twitter that like can't pay their rent, that you are doing some shit to their life that like is deeply fucked up. I went to one of their organizing calls, and it was, the numbers were great, and that's wonderful for them.
Mm-hmm.
But like this call was being attended by people who were desperate and who had like real emergencies, and they were the kind of emergencies that their organization was not equipped to meet.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were equipped for like an ideological project. They were not equipped to like actually provide aid.
Yeah.
And if you say, hey, rent strike the movement, and then when people call you and they say, I don't have money to pay rent, what do we do? If you can't say, if you can't even point to a fund somewhere for them to go, you can't even point them to a bureaucracy to tangle with because you're so disconnected from what's going on the ground. Like I, as an organizer in Atlanta, could if somebody walked up to me and said, hey, I don't know how to pay rent, or I don't have, the rent in the pandemic and such, I at least know of an organization I can point people to that would be able to help them in a more intimate way. For the rent strike people, it was like, oh, you've got to talk to your neighbors. You've got to talk to your neighbors. You've got to look for a local organization. And the whole thing with them was that they would they were like, there are local organizations and we're looking to partner with those organizations. And the whole thing was they had to like adopt the Rose Caucus manifesto or platform or whatever to be considered like a real mutual aid organization. So this was a party building exercise.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I understand party building exercises exist. And I also understand that some of them are cringe, but you're going from cringe to like malfeasance, extreme malfeasance, Rose Caucus.
Mm-hmm.
And we have some other people on our show and this and that. That's fine. But
yeah,
I still don't like that shit. It's bad.
It was almost good But once it left,
it's that like, and the Capitol strike, people. You gotta have like there's fucking actual organizational building, man. This is not fucking meme it like this. This ain't for fucking follows. If you're talking about housing,
yeah,
like almost any other political issue, like let's be funny, but like and let's fucking meme and hashtag and shit and yuck. Like you guys are like being edgy about housing for likes.
They got out of their depth too quickly. They
and you got and look, if they really just during that pandemic really cared about the issue, they literally could have organized mutual aid fund that went to organizers in those cities. We started this stream, y'all, with me talking about me organizing a video stream in an afternoon. So the idea, and what did I do? I got my keyboard out and I just started looking people up and contacting them and asking them for help. So Rose Caucus, and you've got, let's say, 70,000 subscribers. You guys can't like take an afternoon off from posting and vet organizations that are doing mutual aid and keep your fucking ideological test to yourself and make the ideology who's best able to serve the people who are in these cities, if that was something that was so important to you. What a mess.
They did well when they were becoming the contact point for candidates that are running that are like very socialist and aren't afraid to like say socialist things, but the PR people want them to not say such socialist things. But you're like, yeah,
sure.
Like that was.
I'm not against.
Fine.
I'm not against them existing as a posting collective. I'm not trying to knock the fact that they were very good at digital organizing and shit posting is a real serious skill.
They just need to know
we're low clout people. We understand like shit post like that takes serious fucking effort. We're not minimizing that. But however, you should not use your clout as leverage to your preferred tactic, your preferred revolutionary tactic during an emergency. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Guys.
I think that they just, you have to know when you're in too deep. You have to know when you can't, like, if we got a show from Means TV, if Means TV was like, hey, we want you to do a show, we'd be like, no, what kind of show
why?
do
Would you
want
be
us
worried
to
that
do?
you're taking something from someone else? I mean,
not necessarily. No, it would be like, what can we do? I don't have enough time to do a Means TV show. Like, unless I got like, unless the deal was right,
what?
There's not time for us to do that and do everything that we're already doing. And like, you
guys, first of all, be kind to yourselves. I think for an opportunity like that, y'all would make time.
Okay, I'm sure Means TV would come up with a lot more than just give us a show. First of all,
sure, and
if
also,
we pitch something, it'd be a lot more than just, hey, give us a slot.
Sure, but also, if you guys get something like that, don't. I mean, on one side of the table, don't use your clout as leverage in the revolution, but also you don't necessarily you don't owe your clout. Your clout isn't property of the revolution either. In the sense that you guys shouldn't have to feel indebted to who you work with or what policies you choose to elevate on your show, your program. And I know that on Twitter, people love to argue about who deserves attention, because attention is like social power or whatever.
Social capital. That's what
sure.
Yeah. Likes to call it.
But, and I mean, so social capital is real.
Das social capital.
Like, and you do have a responsibility once you have a platform.
Ooh, but we were just shit posting, lads. It was just all memes. We were just shit posting the whole time.
I know, but you do. I think you do have a mild responsibility, even as just a posting collective.
Yeah,
to be kind of responsible with your clout.
Yeah,
but it's still your clout. Like you don't have to be fully responsible at all times, and it's not community property. It's not a government situation. There doesn't have to be clout equity.
Yeah. Okay.
And even in
maybe Mean Stevie is a bad example because Mean has like a great
Oh, I see what you mean.
you know, they have a great thing already built.
Yeah, sure.
You know, but if
the metaphor was we would know when we were over.
Right. I know. Right. I know that. That was the actual point, and it's a good point.
Yeah, and like like you know, we have worked hard to get what we have. It's not at the end of the day, you know, we don't say seize the means of clout online because that's pointless.
Right. But you know, do y'all think, well, this is an interesting topic. This clout survives any revolution, right?
I mean,
or no. I mean, we're clearly getting into anarchy and theory and shit. But yeah, or can there never be a revolution as long as clout exists? And if that's the case, that sounds kind of scary. I hope that's not the answer, but because I don't know if we can do that.
I mean, I kind of think that, like, as long as we're like trading clout online, then it's hard for there to be a revolution because like it's that's about what you're creating content for, right? Like the point is to take your captive audience and turn it into praxis and turn it into like action. Like that's why Vosh is not creating socialist content. Vosh is creating liberal content because Vosh wants to take Vosh's brand and reinvest that into more liberalism, because then you can make more content for liberals about leftism.
That's an interesting. Okay, let me phrase it like this, and then you tell me whether you agree or not. Then you would say that we're judging the ideology, like the ideological value, at least, of the content by, is it creating revolutionary action? More than profit is a better way to judge the success of a show like ours or whatever we're doing.
I think that's a benchmark that I've personally kind of lean on a little
bit. That's fucking interesting.
Because
I don't think that's so. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt.
Oh, yeah. No, like I chew on this a lot too. So this is all kind of like in the ether somewhere. Sure. I didn't ever really listen to Chapo. People say Chapo's good. I think Chapo's fine. You know, we have Raul and JJ on, and we talk about like how do you make leftism like more palatable to people? How do you bring people in? How do you radicalize people? And the answer a lot of the times is, you know, you either demonstrate how your movement, your values benefit them. You know, you talk to people very honestly about the issues, because that is how you I mean, that's how you talk to people, for, you know, in general. But you talk to them honestly about all these things instead of trying to like make everything happen the way a Twitter interaction happens. And I think that what that comes down to, when you put that in like union organizing language, that means that you're organizing these people based on these issues that they face.
I think
no, go ahead. And Chapo, my main critique of it for a little bit was like, I don't know what they're doing, but if you have such a big show that's making all this money and you're not doing anything with that, if you're not doing anything with that, like, you know, with that social clout, if you're making a book about, you know, socialism and selling it, like, whatever, fine. You're reinvesting that back into your own brand, back into your own product. You're not trying to push other people out away from your brand when you do that. It's why having a brand is antithetical to creating a movement in some sense. So it's important to create content that is not like branded, but content that is supposed to be, I mean, basically having a parasocial relationship with everybody, because that's what I mean, that's what good is there if you're not creating a community? What is a community but everybody has, you know, this you're creating relationships with other people.
That's super interesting. And it's interesting just because I think that we've arrived at similar places and similar conclusions, but completely by accident, because we've had just the total opposite intentions and goals and shit like that.
Yeah.
So you guys, I mean, when we did this show, when we did Not Safe for Walks, it was the most bloodless, it was the most bloodthirsty, capitalisty conversation. We were just like, how far do you think Marianne Williams is going to go up in the polls? Do we think that we can sell merchandise to her followers? Do we think we can segue this into doing media anywhere else? Like, I mean, we were just extremely thinking about clout at all times as we were making the show. Now, I mean, obviously it was also activism, I suppose, because
I'm gonna also like have to admit that I did not always think of, you know, this is not something that I like came into this thinking. Okay. This is just how I've kind of had to rebuild frameworks for thinking about the world in general.
Right.
Because
I want to come back, because you're coming back to that entire question.
Yeah.
That was the question that we started with.
Yeah.
Just about the revolution.
Yeah. So, but yeah, you know, it's like, well, you know, should we do a podcast? I don't know. It doesn't feel like there are podcasts, like, because we were doing Facebook pages, and it's like, well, Facebook is like fine, but it doesn't feel like we're doing much. It doesn't feel like you are really doing anything until you get 100,000 likes on your Facebook page.
Can we pause can any of you guys write down something? Because these are 3 different topics, and I think they're all really good. I want to.
Oh God. Yeah, we're all over the place.
So,
that's what it's like recording an episode of this.
Yeah, absolutely. So, revolution and clout is just one of them. Like, do we think that a revolution can happen with clout? And shit, what were we talking about in terms of? Oh yeah, our different approaches to, so revolution and clout, and then make the other one different approaches, because we were a very clout chasey thing. And the third topic should be revolutionary media, because the idea of what mediums, revolutionary mediums, even better. What is a revolutionary medium? Because we're talking about, like, if Facebook, are we radicalizing people on Facebook? Are we getting that done, or is a podcast a better way?
As the Posadist podcast, we are contractually obligated to say the newspaper is the most revolutionary medium. So.
Of course.
But now that I've gotten that in, we can go on to the real answer, which is everything is revolution.
It's just, are we what's most effective? And if our goal, because you are approaching this, like, just for our thought exercise and just using your example, this is the way I've never really thought about left media before. And it's number of souls saved instead of viewpoint, instead of views, instead of visitors, instead of dollars, instead of merchandise. Let's try to grade, just for today, on this metric of number of souls saved. How many people are actually taking action? That is revolutionary action. And instilling a revolutionary behavior into what they do. So, what's the best way to do that? Is that with visuals? Is it with just audio? Is it in the background of a Minecraft stream? Do you guys have any viewpoints on revolutionary medium? Just should we all be on YouTube? Should we all be on Facebook, arguing in the comments with older people? Because look, there are a lot of older people. There are a lot of them, and they are libs.
I'm already doing that. Nobody else needs to do
and
that.
If you got and if we're talking about it like it's sacrifice, like it's brutal, yeah. Like, maybe are we too weak? Like, is that like, if we're talking about revolutionary mediums, is Facebook us directly butting heads with old people for years? Is that useful?
No, I think that's obviously not useful.
Okay.
I think that I radicalized that way, so I view it not necessarily because I was butting heads with old people, but because I got in like it's the Facebook group that Bo and I came from. Like, I think that it's good to use, but I was using Facebook groups for that, which is like a forum experience. I think that the forum experience, the like having an argument over 100 different comments, 100 different back and forth, is like a very unique online experience.
You know what though? You know what? Let me argue against that though. And you know anybody online that's ever been radicalized by Facebook posts? Just reading comment threads? Does that happen?
I mean myself to some extent.
Okay.
Like that's kind of what it was. It was trying out these ideas. Now certainly I think that I was probably already primed at the point that I was being radicalized.
Were you reading discussions, or were you just in a Facebook group that was more to the left?
It was a Facebook group that was like, it's like libertarian veterans, and then like leftists, and then like we would cycle in a bunch of chuds because they would like come in and they would argue, and then everyone would argue with them, and then they would be like, well, this is just an echo chamber, and they would leave. And it's like, okay, whatever. Nobody liked you anyways.
Right. So what made you guys leave Facebook and do audio or add it to your work?
So for the podcast stuff, now we specifically had wanted to do like podcasting. Kelton had wanted to do podcasting for a while, right? Because we liked we liked talking so much, and our conversations and all that, and
Chatty chatties.
Yeah, and it was not only a natural extension of that, of us, wanting to, market content. It was also, like you said, like hyper-capitalist kind of discussion. Like, what do podcasters do? They have a Patreon. Okay, so we have to make a Patreon, and we have to work on content until we get people to subscribe to our Patreon, because it's good. That means that we're producing things that people like, and it's kind of also why our name is Psychic Dolphin Garage, because we sat down and we were like, fuck, what are we gonna do? How are we going to come up with a name that is like unique?
Did you guys like workshop that, like Champagne Shark? Or did you guys go, we look like a bunch of psychic dolphins in this garage, and it was organic somehow?
It was literally like, it's a 3-part name, like Chapo Trap House. So what's our location? We're the garage, right?
Oh,
the garage is fine.
You guys should have never told this story.
I know.
This is hilarious.
I know, no. And then it's like, okay, so like what's a funny thing we can reference? It's like, okay, John C. Lilly and like Posadism is like dolphins or whatever, and we can just kind of ride like Posadist kind of vibe a little bit.
Sure.
And also we just really liked doing acid and talking and sitting in our buddy's garage and talking with everyone at parties. So it works out well that it's like Psychic Dolphin Garage. It kind of came together at the end more than anything else.
But here's the thing, it's a good name. It's a memorable name. Like, no one forgets Psychic Dolphin Garage.
Yeah, and it's not like outright political. Like
oh god, like so many of these unbearable fucking red wave, red storm,
alt left, entry level left,
commie club.
Okay, Eat the Rich is a good podcast name, and
fine.
they also spawned off of their Facebook group, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's cool, but yeah, a lot of the like content is like very specifically uh not transactional, but I'm trying to think of the word for it. Like it's just very like the same. It's the same mold that all of these people are using to make like, oh, we're an actually leftist podcast, you
Hey.
know. And
Yeah,
that
and
at least that's what it feels like to me when I
yes.
look at those, and I'm like, I have to listen to this. Like True Anon podcast. That's cool. Citations needed. Dorky, but like if you're gonna listen to it, you know what you're getting into already.
Yeah, I mean, they are like anti-wonk wonks.
We
like,
do.
You get it.
When we started, we had a phase of our show that we were like, we want to be citations needed except funny. Well, actually, this is actually interesting because this is what I was going to ask you next, which is if we were making a show, we're using this new metric called RP, Revolutionary Potential, number of souls driven to direct action, and making that a regular part of their lifestyle. Every person you get there is victory. Let's talk about that show for a minute. Like, let's just hang out in that world. Yeah. Who are the hosts of the show? Are they people we know, or is it one person? Is it a panel? Is it rotating? Like, is it just regular people? Is it celebrities? Is it a podcast?
Like the Revolutionary Show? The Revolutionary Content TM.
We want what show in your vision produces, let's say I've given you infinite budget, infinite everything. And I just say, make me the show that makes me the most revolutionaries.
God, I mean, Jesus.
I think
it's not. If we have to get to a point where we're not relying on like creating media separate from each other, having to do it, from Texas, make a show that is like viewed in California and Papua New Guinea. And try to have it be this thing because
you are so fucking smart. You are smart. I mean, you are dodging the question, but you dodge it in a really intelligent, interesting way, which is like maybe we don't need the revolutionary content. We need like a million revolutionary contents.
Well, I mean, if we look at history,
just from many people.
If we look at history specifically, though, like Das Kapital and the Communist Manifesto was translated into many different languages.
Sure.
It's like whatever this show is just needs to exist in many different languages and reach out to many different people. Like I'm being harassed by a cult. But one of the very good things about this cult, as far as spreading propaganda, is that 3/4 of the screen is covered in, like major languages of the world. Spreading the kind of the anti-science of this cult.
Oh, actually, you know what? I actually messed up because I thought that this was a really profound question I was asking you about, we were going to talk for like 20 minutes about what would be revolutionary content, but it's actually totally pointless because capitalism already figured this out and it's cable television.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's the thing that we fight against. We fight against radio shows, and we fight against news networks.
News and it's 24 hours, and the people are chosen based on their abilities or skill at presenting the thesis, and more meanly loyalty to a party line.
I mean,
they've been vetted and they're allowed by the party to go and give their facts. And there's an entire journalistic school of thought that goes into maintaining capitalism. That's sometimes unspoken, but I mean, we're talking about citations needed as a show. So
yeah.
I mean, I don't think that can't exist on the left for a left audience. It's just like
maybe
funding is one thing, but I think having like maybe not like a 24-hour news channel or something, but having news from yeah, YouTube is the space. Means TV does a morning show, or they've tried to do a morning show more often, but it does cost money.
And there's certainly enough leftist content being made that if you never do this, but you could choose to listen to it 24 hours a day if you wanted to.
I don't think we've reached the zenith of social media, and I don't think we've reached the platform that we're going to win, quote unquote, with.
You know what? Because I mean, also
because the biggest platform is cable news. The biggest platform is 24-hour coverage of just fucking bullshit stories. Like Reddit is the only thing that gets close to that, and Reddit requires a buy-in from people the way that cable TV does.
You know what?
And I think that the problem is that we don't create content for Reddit because Reddit takes content from Twitter and Twitch in a unique way, and it allows you to participate in a community that creates content off of that content.
He's the balding one.
No, listen, I know that you are full of zeal for Reddit, but actually, and it's interesting that you went in this direction. I was actually going to go back further, and I was going to talk about newspapers because Reddit, is great, but it's reaching people who are under 40. They're already leftists, numerically, like in the political sense of a majority needed to impose political will. Most people who are under 40 are left wing.
Yeah. Left adjacent at least.
So the Facebook people, they're on Facebook and their minds are just being poisoned nonstop every day.
Yeah.
And newspapers, because it's people who are, I mean, I guess and this fits in your point. And us here online, we don't have access to all of the media forms that capitalism has in order to make the perfect revolutionary media, which is just many of them across all. We need a newspaper, and we need not just a cable television apparatus, but a local television apparatus too.
Yeah. I've been looking at broadcast television and broadcast radio because that's the biggest opportunity that's unexploited.
I mean, oddly enough, in the 80s, during the height of a Red Scare, people did utilize their public broadcast legally throughout the United States. Many cities have to require a person at the local library or at City Hall or something to teach you how to use a camera and how to broadcast for this certain slot of time, because your local city has its own TV station. So during that time, people did there was a lot of religious stuff that people were broadcasting because they were legally allowed to. But
listen,
people would read communist theory on those as well.
Okay, well let's talk, since you guys want to talk about communist theory. Let's talk base versus superstructure. If we had that kind of media reach that we're talking about, in terms of let's say that the left collectively had newspaper and national and local, cable television apparatus, local television apparatus. We had all the stuff that, let's leave even the far right out of it. We had all the same stuff corporate media had. Do you think that there are more older leftists now, or more when we have more reach into those other areas, or does the actual material conditions of people drive these things more than if we just had the right argument in front of the right person?
People get too into buying computer parts.
I think it's unique in America that the material conditions do not radicalize people more.
Right, and that's I think purely that stems directly back to slavery. It and the Atlantic slave trade. It stems all the way back to that, because people were radicalized in Russia, France, and many other Eastern Bloc states. They those material conditions did radicalize them, and they did start reading Marx and things like that, or they at least had people tell them, because many of these people couldn't read. They had people tell them and interpret it for them as well.
Yeah, talking about distributed, having all these different media organizations. It's obviously the syndicalist cop out, so I will accept that. But I think that it's important that there is, while we do talk about how identity politics is weaponized by liberals, and we've we no longer have the ability to talk about these identities and the way that they intersect the way that we normally would, without having to like get through the initial conversation of getting down and organizing people based on their class. Like we have to organize people based on their class, right? Because that's the first and like most important thing that we all have in common. But
if we were able to just get on TV and just beg people to join a union.
Yeah.
24 hours a day.
24 hours a day, me just on my knees, just crying.
Trying to hear you.
Yeah.
Sure.
But even if we have that, we don't, we still need to be having analysis of other issues and other intersections of these issues that people experience, because a lot of people may not necessarily identify with the blue collar working class thing that a lot of white America definitely identifies with. That maybe that's
even
why
those
they don't.
that are not
even white America that is definitely not working class, and maybe that is something that also turns people off. And we have to we have plenty of knowledge dissecting those intersections and dissecting these different experiences that people have, but we have to be able to also talk about those not only internationally, not only on an international television network, if that's what we're television radio network, like we also have to have that on a local level. People have to be connected into that in their cities where they live, where they work, wherever. And I mean, that's kind of why I try to keep the platform agnostic a little bit. Like, we have social media presence everywhere, even if it's not a lot, even if I'm not posting just bangers on on Twitter every day.
Yeah, not all of us can be Josh for Congress.
I just love the intelligence of some of these answers. They're very good.
I had lots of time to make
myself
sound really good.
Let's not say intelligent. It makes me sound like you're a child and I'm praising you. Let's say they're very.
I did go to college for a few semesters.
Hey.
At least one that we know of.
Let's say they're very conscientious answers. They're very thoughtful. You've clearly thought about some of the same issues I've had to sit here and think about. Which is cool.
That's good. It's good that all of us are, taking time to not only have the same questions, ask ourselves the same questions, but then hopefully, we're also answering some of the answers the same way, because that means that we're either all equally deluded, or
right.
at least we're all working towards the same ends.
Yeah. Do we still have? Whoever took the notes? You guys still got the notes?
So Revolution and Clout, which we've kind of worked ourselves away from. We're talking about different approaches right now.
Let's save that for last,
because we were talking about revolutionary medium.
Yeah.
So
yes.
So the answer to the revolutionary mediums, there's no one. There's no best medium. There's just what reaches the most
widely available. Yeah.
Yeah.
At the time of Marx, it was books. At the later socialist, it was radio.
Yeah, and right now, like, the most widely available revolutionary content is Twitter. Like, Reddit is just Twitter screenshots.
Sure.
And so that's kind of the de facto, and that is where you go to build clout, as you go to Twitter. It's where we build de facto
clout laundering.
I guess I like we build our alliances on Twitter, and then we post about it, elsewhere.
Yeah.
In a certain sense, I guess.
Yeah.
So,
do you guys like when you guys do Minecraft Mondays? You guys post it on the Reddit?
I do not currently because I'm bad at cross posting right now.
Yeah, we've all got to get good at it, but it's cool.
We do have a new Reddit mod actually who hit us up and was like, and is trying to find mutual aid networks in San Antonio, and was like, "Hey, I'll post all of your episodes on Reddit."
We're looking to storm that beach again after the election.
Hell yeah!
So we're gonna. I love great timing. Yeah, I wanna like after all that's over, I wanna get someone to just be Reddit cross post person. I wanna get somebody to just do it and make it their thing. Because if you think about us as a unit, Dolphin Twitter, which by the way, before we even go any further, Dolphin Twitter, how do you feel that you've accidentally become the nexus, the meme nexus of our network?
I cannot wait for the backlash.
Yeah, I can't wait until like one of us says something like, problematic or something, and then Dolphin Twitter is canceled, or we're all called CIA ops or something.
Are we more likely to be canceled or called CIA ops? Probably both.
CIA ops, I feel like
they're kind of. I mean, like I have a brother in the military. People are gonna find that out. They're gonna be like, oh, well,
this guy, this guy.
Yeah, I think CIA is more popular right now.
Yeah. Well, because so many people are obviously CIA that it's like it's too easy now. Now you just call everyone CIA.
But between all of us, and we have something really cool that's really unique on the internet, and I don't feel like enough people know about it. This whole clique that we've got I mean, you guys and us. And Griff Shop and just that entire the Trobillies are now like fucking part of our network now, guys.
Oh yeah, I'm about to schedule me some more Trobillies. Apparently, you guys are now like 1 degree of separations from the Trobillies. So we're all like one clique now, basically. Yeah, that's the problem I think with kind of this different approaches thing is that a lot of solidarity building is about everybody in the clique like agreeing at least on the basics. And what's that meme about like when all your friends are leftists and different tendencies, but you agree on the basics, death to America.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that.
Like it's funny and it's kind of true.
Well,
because we all agree on some basics.
I want to sidestep the ideological question for a quick second and just come back to it's because this is my main point. It's a clique that's large enough to populate a Reddit. And that was my whole. Like when any of us post and we're like, hey, somebody cross-post us to Reddit and do the screenshot if it blows up or something like that. There's enough that like that's easily a Reddit, right?
Yeah,
it's like easily.
My view on Reddit is a lot less clout farming. Like the reason why our Twitter account is at 4K is because Kelton just like clout farmed that insanely, which good for the show.
I mean, we did it too. I mean, we clout farmed to 14K.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
We did it all year, like fucking super aggressively, and we cheated a little bit, and we did like not illegal, but and they're not. It's not like fake follows or
anything
like that. You're not botting,
but
no, we're not botting. But we used a couple of gimmicks on the way up there. But like, we now have an audience. Like shit.
Yeah, no, like that's good. And if you're playing that's good. My view has always been that stuff like the Reddit won't grow until you're making better content. And once you're making better content, you will have people that are already dedicated to cross posting like to the subreddit for you.
Do you guys feel like you do good content? And do you feel like the left does good content? What is
we do good content, but I feel like we're
You guys think reading the Conquest of Bread is fucking good content?
I think that's more. I'm talking about the podcast, which is our bread and butter
Sure.
mostly.
The conquest of
streams
bread and
are-
butter.
The streams are obviously something for us to be a lot more loose format. And as it turns out, when we are loose format on our podcast, it does turn out to be something that.
Oh, by
people
the way,
enjoy
Dennis,
a
Bo
lot.
lost the audio file, so we're not gonna be able to put out this week's amazing episode.
Aw, that's too bad.
So, I
didn't
don't think that
Craig
we
it?
do good
It-
content necessarily, like high quality, like people that I watch on YouTube that put a lot of time into either effects or editing.
You're
or
saying we're not going to
scripting.
Reddit, is what you're saying. We're not taking over Reddit with our content.
I don't think that I don't think that we're necessarily making front page content.
Well,
The Psychic Dolphin Garage isn't making front page
Right.
content.
well, and it's interesting that you say that because we run a daily show. It's Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Yeah, we do a daily show, but I don't think that we make Reddit front page content either.
Yeah.
We could stumble upon it by accident just through volume, right?
Yeah.
But we're not with intention. Certainly, we're not. None of us, you, me, are sitting with intention and saying, "What are we making this Reddit front page content?" Or let's be more humble and say, "What are we making that's Way of the Burn front page content?" Or let's be more arrogant and say, "What's
YouTube trending content?"
Mealtime videos, right? Or
Ooh.
YouTube trending, mealtime videos content. Like that's a good place to aim for. None of us are doing that. Why not?
It takes time and it takes a lot
compensation. Like Dennis makes videos that are amazing. Dennis is our only real shot at getting big boy clout.
What's
I
haven't.
Oh no, you could go ahead and ask your question.
I think because your skill is more of a it's more of a video editing than a scripting, right?
Oh my goodness, I'm not watching 1 second. I'm not watching comments at all. V, we do have a channel server that you can play on. If you join our Discord, it is pinned in our gaming channel. It's minecraft.psychicdolphin.live is the Minecraft server. And we have a creative world and we have a survival world, and it's not perfect right now because it's just kind of cobbled together, but it is fun. Also, Matthew Bennett, regular episodes of both podcasts should be available on iTunes, both the Not Safe for Wonks podcast and the Psychic Dolphin Garage podcast. We are hosted on Anchor.fm, and I believe Wonks are on.
We are currently on Podbean, but it's going to move to Pinecast literally any day now. But
I was thinking Pinecast. I couldn't remember the name of that.
All of our affiliates are on Pinecast, and we just haven't moved yet ourselves.
Nice. Yeah, so Podbean for them, Anchor for us, but we're both on iTunes right now, or Google Podcasts.
We're everywhere you get your podcasts, and it's
Spotify. We're all angling for the Spotify deal.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Where were we?
You were saying that something about my skills.
Oh yeah. When we talk about video, high quality content.
Yeah.
What are you bringing to the table that is of Reddit quality?
Currently, I'm not because I'm.
No, I'm just saying potentially. I wasn't like interrogating you like that.
No,
just saying potentially, like what are you proud of in your skill set?
Well, I mean, I think I'm most proud of the fact that like I seem to have been able to write some pretty good scripts that people that have gotten some like a bit of like some controversy, but also some like actual like educational content out there. My most viewed video is a video that I did about Gloria Anzaldúa and mestiza consciousness, and it's actually part of some people's curriculum in their Latin American studies classes.
Oh yeah.
And I like it's like I could look through the analytics and see that it's being viewed at like on like Blackboard, which is the thing that they, if someone doesn't know, that's the thing that they use at universities and colleges, but it's also being viewed specifically at like universities, like a lot of .edus. So it's clearly being shown, and I've been reached out by a few people, professors and students, thanking me and congratulating me on the video. And I think my skill really is sort of just like research and writing and presenting. Like I worked as a comedian, not worked. I did comedy, so I'm very comfortable like talking to people, and I've always done, like for the past 10 years I've been making content. Ever since I got out of high school, over like 10 years ago now, me and my friends wanted to get into making indie films, and so we made a bunch of indie films. I learned the basics of like some video editing there, but it was really just like writing scripts and like being in front of people and either like telling them a story or telling them something that they could take and like remember something later, something important. So I think that's what my skill is that my Reddit worthy skill is that I can write a script that does
would appeal to Reddit.
No. My stuff is very much in an educational. Like I try to be lighthearted and fun, but I don't as much as like I said, I've done comedy and things, but my comedy has always been very matter of fact and very deadpan. I'm not someone who's very over the top boisterous. I'm not an internet person. I'm not a I'm not an internet. Yeah, I'm not boxy.
Well, we could but here's the thing, like you're 2 degrees removed from boxy. Like if we need to find you a boxy,
I mean that's fine. But the thing is, when I started making videos about a year and a half ago, my intention was to use it as a portfolio or to show people that I can video edit and I could be a personality, because I ultimately like I see doing like the podcast and things as an extension of another thing that I studied while in school, which is journalism, because I do feel like I kind of live in that world. I kind of feel the best being that kind of like journalistic sort of person. So as much as I could give someone a script and they could read it, that wouldn't feel genuine to me. I also I write knowing the beats that I would take. So I'd be I would notice that someone would miss a joke or something, that because of the way that I wrote it, or at least the way that I put it in my head.
And you don't want to, and I mean, there are auteurs that are author and director, but you've got to cyberbully, whoever your actor would be, you'd be like, that's not the right delivery. And you just in a horizontal creation as the director, you would probably feel conflicted about whether you want to jump your comrade for screwing up the delivery.
Right. Well, it's not only that, but
even aside from the principle.
But it's not only that, but I'm literally being harassed by a cult, and I have been for over a year. I wouldn't want someone else to be just because they hosted something and read my script. I'm the one who wrote that. I would much unless,
that's true. That's a great point.
If it's something that we collaborated on, of course, obviously we both went into that knowing, but if I show up the day one with the script and I film it and edit it and everything,
right,
and then all of a sudden they're the ones being told that they have a dark soul and that they're going to hell for talking bad about a cult leader.
Quite a point. So it's well, let's think with a different sense of intentions, because part of being a good writer is we're communicating. Mm-hmm. So you guys have got a Reddit base of sorts. And this is just a thought exercise, and this isn't going to be something that ends in us going 1, 2, 3 break, and then we try to actually do this. But I just want to make us think in positive ways about what we're doing. If we were to make something that was long form that we thought would blow up on Reddit, or at least do okay, and let's just say you guys have access to whatever you need. Is it an interview? Is there a gimmick? Like, is there a concept that maybe we should
there is
brainstorm up?
It's called "Fuck You, Pay Me."
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
I have in mind, if I was going to do something long form, I have a script that I've been working on, and it's taking a long time because of COVID, honestly. But it's going to be like a type of documentary, and I've also had the opportunity to like interview a few people about it and things. But that's what I would want to be doing, is like I would want to be creating a documentary, Psychic Dolphin branded documentary. And that's what, like, the thing is, I think one of the intentions of Zach having multiple different types of people join Psychic Dolphin Garage was specifically to have people with different expertise. Like Zach has even said that I was on not just as like a diversity hire, but because I do have an
25% not diversity hire at least.
Yeah, but it's I do have an academic background, and I also have like a documentary style filmmaking background and things like that. Like I'm not gonna be making an Avengers movie for you all, but if you need some like really excellent B-roll to go over an interview, I know how to set that up. But and then he has Bo on, because Bo is an extremely online person, but also incredibly funny and very likable. We all have our different strengths, so I think if we had like this sort of like project, it would actually be multiple smaller projects that we would kind of work on together, because I already can see that Bo would do something like amazingly hilarious and very funny, as he's done so much for our Patreon.
Yeah, we talk idly about doing like skits, like Sarah Cooper-ish, just like comedy sketches and things like that. Not actually like Sarah Cooper, but just in the sense of it's like 2 minutes and it's like a that kind of thing. But we just never got around to it, just because it takes, you got to write a script. It takes a little time to set up and also you've got to be intentionally funny and stay on topic. I mean, we've been we've been very funny, and this has been like a good episode if you're watching it. But like, also we didn't. This hasn't been tight in the way that you want a video to be.
Comedy is incredibly difficult. It is a skill and a craft that I barely harness.
Right, we're being funny, but we're not doing comedy.
Right.
Exactly. We don't have we didn't get up here and have a full hour that we're just like reciting like beat for beat. We know we're gonna stop and
a script
and laugh
is
together.
like a scripted YouTube video would be a tight 15 us collectively, right?
Yeah, I mean, YouTube likes like the 40-minute plus videos right now.
Yeah,
but,
and that's the other thing too, is like the only other thing is like I would go into this knowing full well that, and I kind of have gone into making videos knowing full well that like I'm not going to make any money off of them. I'm not. There is no way that I'm going to be getting anything more than just like some eyes on me, because it's just a few thousand at the most, because we already have like H-Bomber guy and ContraPoints and things like that. But also the algorithm, because those like they got set up at a time where it was like that's when the YouTube algorithm was favoring 40+ minute episodes that were like sketches, like multiple sketches. But now they prefer the single camera, one bright light that makes you look 3 shades lighter, and just like a confessional. Like it is it's like the first season of RuPaul's Drag Race filter on you.
Wow.
You like are like spilling your guts because like you got canceled. That's the thing that YouTube is preferring right now. It's the thing is just always so complicated to follow. It's not worth it to try and like unless you have like
unless you already have It's all about capital too, because you need the cameras, you need the studio, you need to spend hours editing videos.
You don't have to tell me, a black media creator, about fucking barriers in production to making the shit. Let me tell you. So I want to kind of hover around this point that you made and hit it harder. So are you just saying there's no way to make money off YouTube anymore?
Not unless you already have been. I mean, and also it's like the stuff that I would want to talk about is not brand friendly. I will not get sponsored.
Well,
and not only that, I don't want sponsors.
That was going to be the second thing I was going to say. I was going to say, well, are you just not going to compromise your integrity on selling vitamins and shit during the show?
I don't want to. And I think Dennis already talked about how important like that educational stuff is to them. Like that is what made Dennis want to make videos in the first place, is that they can make something that is useful to other people, that is something that other people didn't know about, and something that other people enjoy watching. It's not another boring lecture. It's not Dennis always talks to me about Philosophy Tube, who I don't watch, unfortunately. It's not in my rotation right now. But always talks to me about how, well, the content you want is just Philosophy Tube. Like, yeah, but I don't want to spend 40 minutes doing it. I want someone to say something funny about it once or twice, and then I'm like, okay, that's a good take on that, and it's about the audience that you're making it for. And for the most part, a lot of the audience for a lot of our content is ourselves. I don't stream Minecraft because I think that it's good, like, on Twitch or branding. Like, it is a little bit, and that was kind of why we started playing it, because it's like, okay, we got some more viewers playing Minecraft than our other games. We might as well keep doing it. But like, we've built like multiple like massive projects on this server. Like, it's been up for almost 6 months now. I don't keep playing it because it's good for the brand. I keep playing it because it's something I can handle. I enjoy doing this. I will show up to a stream to play this,
Sure.
There is a lot of, we have to enjoy this content to keep creating it, not only to prevent burning out, but also to prevent it becoming a feeling
job.
like I mean, not that I would mind being paid to create more content, but I don't want it to be waking up at 8 a.m. and then just staring at the screen for 3 hours, because I don't really want to be playing. You don't really want to be editing the episode. I do get into funks, and I don't always, edit the episode on time, but I don't fucking care about that. I'm not really being paid to produce these things on time. I'm producing it for fun, and I'm continuing to do it because people seem to like it.
Right.
And if I had to make something that I like, but then have someone else come in and tell me how they want me to make it, that's not good. It 100% defeats the purpose of making the content in the first place.
Sure. Absolutely. You've gotta look out for your health and well-being as you do all this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why Zach smokes like 2 packs a day now.
Hey.
That's because I don't have a job yet, and fucking I'm on my second round of unemployment.
I'm just pulling your leg. It's just smoking is disgusting.
Well, look, they have the smoke bars, puff bars at my gas station, so I might switch over to those soon. So,
well, howdy doody.
Finally get my bubblegum flavored
those are
nicotine.
Those are illegal in California. We can't get that.
Well, we can here. So if you want me to ship you a puff bar, just mail me $30 in cash.
Wow.
I could just like vape. But I also don't want to do that because it's yucky.
I didn't want to get a new vape because, God, they were so expensive when I did it the first time, and then they changed like 4 times, and now it's like I don't even know what the fuck is going on with vapes. I'm just gonna get like a gas station one. I'll be fine.
Yeah, just get yourself a 7-Eleven vape.
Yeah. It also helps me personally to have different things that I'm doing. I kind of talk about how I go between, like, I'll make a clip of our main episodes once every 4 or 5 episodes and post it around. And that's enough of that for me. That's about all I can
Hmm.
handle with like video editing. Because I don't have a super and it doesn't take very long now that I do it. Now I've done it a couple times, but if I had to do that every time, like it's just it's annoying to kind of be on that grind, um, of like having to make sure that you do all this stuff, because posting an episode, if you want an episode to get really big, you have to post it everywhere. You have to promo it multiple times. You have to
Yes.
tag people. You have to get other people to, retweet and reshare your stuff. You have to share your Facebook post to your Facebook page and your Facebook group, and then reshare it to 16 other Facebook groups. The Bernie Dank Meme Stash, the AOC Dank Meme Stash.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
It's not even that it's like hard to push buttons. It's just it's a lot of time putting in, the effort to hashtag everything correctly, to know which Facebook groups to go to. It's a lot of dead time that you've spent on Twitter and on Facebook and on Reddit, knowing which subreddits would enjoy your content, knowing which Facebook groups would enjoy your content, knowing what meme you can meme on, to what Twitter memes are happening today. Uh,
Yeah.
you know Twitter is bad about that. Like, if you are not on top of whatever meme is happening that day, like, you're not really
Might as well
gonna.
be.
He sounds so lame right now talking about the new game. But however, we do sound lame, but it is true. Like, not even Twitter and the meme game, but just like you've got to cross post so many places until, I mean, how long do you guys think, if we committed to doing that every day, how long would it take for it to have its own external? Because you guys struggle with that on Reddit, right? But it's just like, when does this thing get its own life and I don't have to push the gears?
Yeah, and it's not happening yet. I think that um I think that I think that it happens as we continue to build more patrons and continue to do more varied content.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Um, it's fighting against algorithms. That's
Yeah.
why you have to cross post so many places, because you're only going to get so much momentum before you get checked. Like, why build a Facebook page community when it's going to bury your links no matter how big your audience is? It's going to demolish your reach if you post a link to any other outside content, because Facebook algorithm doesn't let you grow unless you are trying to keep people on their platform. Why I tweet a little bit more now because Twitter doesn't feel as punishing to my brain. Um, but why post to Twitter all the time when the same thing happens, at 4K followers? Like, I can get 20, 30 likes on it, on, my tweets, 15 to 30 likes on tweets that I push out, but links get buried. So why focus on those when I can focus on having more entertaining streams, on building a Minecraft server that's fun, on making, helping research scripts for Dennis,
Yeah.
and doing other stuff that is going to pay off more in the long run. Like a lot of this is a lot of the problem with having unified platforms is that not everybody is going to agree on everything. Um, so we are in essence just trying to fill a niche. Um, and the problem with trying to fill a niche is that you're having to focus on projects that are not going to pay off, um, in any sense in the near the near future. And so it doesn't feel rewarding unless you are, very focused on what your content is doing right now. Like, it feels amazing to have every new patron we get is just another burst of wow, I guess we really are doing something good. I hope that doesn't go away, because it feels nice to be vindicated and continuing on the project, that like new people are supporting us and reaching out to us and messaging us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and interacting with all of our content that we're putting hard work into. So it vindicates the amount of effort that goes into it in the long term.
Do you feel like, well, I actually know your answer to this, but I'm gonna ask you anyway, just because everybody's out on your advanced wavelength.
Mm-hmm.
Would you feel like more successful if you were just talking about volleyball instead of politics?
Maybe not the best sport.
I know.
Pretty boring sport.
First of all, Haikyuu is a great anime.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Haikyuu?
Brandon brought up volleyball. I had to.
That's
I don't think so,
Sport,
because
right.
It doesn't feel like I don't think that anything isn't political. Like, I want to talk about tech stuff all the time. I want to talk about the AMD video cards that came out, and I want to talk about
I'll be right back.
like how cool it is that they're competitive with NVIDIA, and what a great price they are, and how DXR and DLSS are going to be amazing.
Okay.
And
But you don't talk about
AMD
that during Minecraft Mondays.
No, because
sometimes we do.
Sometimes we do, but it's not necessarily something that that Bo and Dennis are as well read on, well versed in, or as interested in.
I'm a Mac user. I don't do this.
Right.
Is your cam on?
Not right now. I couldn't get the camera working.
Good.
So it's not necessarily something that they're going to be able to talk about at length. So we do kind of have to agnosticize
And that's
our
reasonable
content for each other.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the one thing is that we've kind of compromised on is we do kind of talk about gaming a lot now since Kelton's not on the show regularly.
Because Kelton did feel like he wanted to talk more about sports, which is good. We need more Marxist sports commentators.
Yeah, we do.
It's just none of the rest of us. I'm the only one that was adjacent to sports comparatively.
Me and Bo were theater kids.
So Kelton is making a sports show, and it's going well. And like I would not prefer to be working on like a tech oriented show. I just think it would be interesting to take like I would still be talking about politics. I would still be talking about TSMC building a factory in Arizona has political ramifications, and that you can't separate those from you can't separate politics from things that we are interested in. Like there's not a separation in my mind. I drank the Stalinade. There's no separation of like politics and like
Leninade.
The Leninade. Yeah, the
okay.
Leninade.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Alyssa Vieira, the wonderful Alyssa Vieira, also an academic, brought some Leninade onto a video episode with me. So I've seen the drink, and she had some right there with us.
Lemonade is pretty good. It's a quality lemonade.
Oh, okay. So you've had this stuff too in California.
It's at Bevmo, but the thing is the company is weird. Because the other product that they have is not C Cola, which is basically C Cola. Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I don't support that. No, because
don't support them. It's
they
really good lemonade.
clearly. Well, sure. I mean, I wasn't literally supporting them before.
Right.
But the whole but I feel like they're doing the Leninade so they can do the Nazi flavor.
Well,
Yeah.
it's been around for a long time. Like the first time I had Leninade was like in high school, like 15 years
Horseshoe
ago now.
theory, but with soda.
Yeah, exactly. Nope, I don't, because
it's the fucking Metro Exodus of soda companies.
There's literally no reason
to
do unless you want to make Nazi cola. Like that's the only. So the whole conversation started with they're like, we'll give them some dignity. We'll say they wanted to make a soda company. They're like, we're Nazis, Nazi cola. That was what they wanted. And they were like, they worked backwards. Like, well, how can we pull this off? Get this shit on the air. So your Leninade, don't buy any of that because those are ops.
Anti-revolutionary.
That's counter-revolutionary soda right there.
I remember hearing that they're like, no, it's not a Nazi thing. We're both Jewish, and it's like a joke.
Oh,
I'm still
okay. All right. If they're Jewish, we'll let them go.
I remember reading that, but I don't remember.
Okay.
I can't be. I can't.
Sure.
You know what? We'll let our Jewish followers judge them.
You're on notice, Nazi Cola. That's all I'm saying.
You're on notice, real soda in real bottles company.
Yeah. the most revolutionary soda is still Jarritos, obviously.
Oh, Jarritos, yum.
Of course.
Get a tamarindo Jarritos. Very good.
Yep.
I don't know. I like the pineapple one best. That's just me.
I mean, the pineapple's fine, but the tamarindo, like, where the fuck are you gonna get another tamarindo? Like,
that's true.
The cola is pretty good too.
The Jumex.
This website has not been
Jumex. Love Jumex.
This website has not been updated since 2011, and it doesn't look like it's actually been updated since 2000.
Delicious Jumex. Love it.
Yeah, I think that it just takes a certain amount of time to get to a point where you are making content now and it is going other places.
But you know what? This is something you guys got to start thinking about. You got because all this brute forcing, it clearly doesn't work. So you guys have got to do social capital.
Well,
like make that video that maybe the Redditors won't like, but the media people, the left media people will like, and just scoop off their audiences.
Yeah,
they've already done.
That's kind of like the goal of
eventually.
Yeah. That's kind of the goal of like Dennis's videos, right? It's a lot more like long-term investment in wanting to not only write scripts and bring on guests to make videos that are going to be good like educational and informational, but eventually like maybe lean into being able to make it comedic at some points and let it be Dennis's style and let it be like the big thing that
and I feel like we
enjoy is they wait for a month between posting videos and there are 1,000 people waiting in the premiere lobby to watch the video when it drops.
Right. And I feel like we can all be a small part of helping that happen. When it's time.
Everyone, give me money. Give me money. Yeah, buy new cameras.
Money, please.
And then I can
money now. Money me.
I need to be able to go see a psychiatrist so I can get back on some pills so I can feel more productive. I was like, you know what? I think I can handle not going to a psychiatrist during all of COVID, not knowing that it would be the entire year, and also it really draining on me.
Yeah. I also need the productivity pills, the ones that are meth.
No. The thing is, I actually am far more productive when I am, addressing the fact that I have bipolar disorder.
Medicated.
Yeah, who knew? Who knew? Trust science, folks.
Yeah. So with that being declared, you guys voting for Biden?
I actually voted for Roman Supreme.
Rad.
Howie Hawkins.
Rad.
I feel confident enough in Biden either like not winning Texas Well, in both not winning Texas and winning the general, that I feel pretty good about
If
voting
Texas
Howie.
is close, you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about shit. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, as long as Texas is close, it's the DNC will consider it a win anyways. So regardless of how close it is, they're not gonna.
We made Texas purple.
Wow, good job.
And they're gonna thank Beto for it.
They actually are already thanking Beto.
Did you fucking see him with that? He's trying to appeal to the gays now. He's a part of an organization called Top, and he just had a shirt on that just said Top, and I'm like, Beto, he knows.
Wait, is this a gay rights group called Top, or
no?
is he
It's
just...
like a Texas organizing people or whatever.
Oh,
he's definitely trying to get trying to get here's
some
the thing.
thirst follows.
Beto's a little sus. I
am definitely in the camp with Jamie Peck, where it's like, yeah, Beto is kind of cute. Whatever, he's cute for an old guy, but I'm not gonna just because you're wearing a shirt that says Top. I'm not all of a sudden. I'm not into it, Beto. I know where you're coming from. I know where this is going. It's not real.
I like the idea that Beto is trying to get to you through subliminal T-shirts.
Yeah,
like he's gonna start wearing a shirt with a dick on it.
If I know, I don't know what's worse, cringy lib gays or cringy conservative gays. They're both
the cringy conservative gays for AOC is probably one of the underrated cringy phenomenons of the decade, in my opinion.
That's very fair, but yeah, it's just they bothersome. These like Kamala gays. God.
K-Hive, baby.
It's very bad.
It's very
at
very
least
bad.
At least if you're on the right wing and you're mad at an attractive person. If you're a lib, like you're wasting your energy on somebody that, I mean, it's like a normal looking person. I know politics, they're all super ugly and it messes with you, but like just a normal person.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's suspicious when anyone is attractive who gets into politics. That's why.
Yeah, why are you here? What are you doing?
What's wrong with you? Like, you have that pretty privilege. Like, what the fuck?
First of all, I don't know if there are any, like, how many attractive people are in politics now, in American politics? Probably like 4.
AOC is definitely up there as one of the conventionally attractive people.
Maybe. I mean, sure.
Conventionally attractive. Oh, compared to her like toadstool of a boyfriend.
Okay, is she in the top? Is she in the top? Well, okay. I don't even want to get into this, but like, she's a person. Okay, who else?
Beto is up there as well.
The fact that we've got AOC and Beto O'Rourke. Who are your other 2?
You're the one who gave me a only.
Yeah, I said 4. Name 4. Name 4 hot people that are in
Brian
politics.
Sims. He's in politics. He's very attractive.
Okay, I don't know who that is. Who else you got?
He's a representative in Massachusetts Senate.
Okay.
Amy McGrath.
Sure, Amy McGrath.
Mm-hmm. That's 4.
Listen.
Anti-grav Simps. What's her name? The crazy lady that ran for president. Not Marianne Williamson. Gabbard. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh well, yeah. Tulsi Gabbard is definitely good looking. Okay, Tulsi now, but who else? Basically, my point is, I don't think there are a lot of like really attractive people in politics, and the ones that are, I mean, Tulsi Gabbard's the hottest person in Congress, and it's not like she has any superpower over that. Nobody likes her. She's the second least. In fact, I think she's literally the least popular person in the Democratic Party, and she's also the hottest person. So clearly, being hot has no correlation with political power.
Yeah, that's because the only people that got into power were nerds that were angry at being bullied all the time.
Sure. And AOC feels like AOC is definitely one of those nerds. I want y'all to know that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm telling you, she's definitely got one of those like 90s teen dramas, sort of like takes off her glasses and suddenly she's like now the belle of the ball.
But it's okay.
That kind of a person.
It's okay. She's a normal person. She's a human being. But
I mean, that's the thing is like when we're talking about hot people in Congress, it's like
right.
Like all of a sudden normal people have to be considered hot because like everyone like no offense to
And
Brandon,
actually
he
hot,
he was never attractive.
With all due
Like he was
like
kind of cute, but he was never like
Yeah.
hot.
yeah, I know that when we have these conversations, and we are just literally having material conversations about how to convert people. So we already did content, and now we're just talking about just a different aspect of that. But as we do it, you know, you don't want to feel like you're essentializing a person based on how they look. But however, just being just factual, yeah, you said it all. Like, but the supermodels are not getting into politics
because they have the life. Like it is like hot people already have like I think is pretty privilege is a thing. Like you do get to go through life a little bit better if you are attractive.
Sure.
Like people do think of you as more trustworthy.
Yeah, all of us here would know.
Yeah,
yeah, of course. The Kennedy, but the Kennedy family's not hot.
No,
I mean,
no,
the,
they look like
their
ghouls.
time. No, for their time, John Kennedy was an attractive man because that's what attractive men were supposed to look like.
Yikes. Well, listen.
Yes, I mean,
and
I was more of a Rock Hudson sort of.
We can respectfully disagree on that, but like,
no,
I'm
telling you that it's just the.
I know. But listen, let's move. I'm saying let's move on though. Bill Clinton, Barack Obama. I mean, Barack Obama was okay looking.
Yeah, Barack
but he also
attractive man.
You know, kind of a nerd. But
well, he's definitely a nerd.
He's not like a super duper hot, but he's attractive.
I think that's what the Democrats like to focus on a little bit more is like when they are picking someone is that they need to have someone who is at least slightly fuckable, if not just nerdy.
Well, because, but Barack Obama and Bill Clinton both won, right? Mm-hmm. So, I would rather have, I think, at the national level, someone who's maybe has charisma and is good at relating to people.
Okay, do you watch Hassan because Hassan is fucking yoked, or do you watch Hassan because Hassan has good material analysis of the conditions of the working class?
I don't watch Hassan at all. I just follow his Instagram because sometimes he has shirtless pictures of himself.
Okay, all right. Would you vote for Hassan for president based off of Hassan's Instagram?
No one wants to say that of themselves, even if they would.
No, but like I do know that Hassan, like, if
you're thinking about it,
Hassan, or like, well, because I do know that while his politics are not like totally in line with mine, he is definitely a better candidate than say anyone else to come out of Los Angeles.
Sure,
I would just say like no hesitation. I would vote for Hassan if Hassan ran for something. Just literally for the meme.
If Hassan started,
it's time we have a hot president.
It's way past time we had a hot president.
You thought we needed a gamer president. What we really need is a hot president.
Well, like if Hassan started like campaigning with his shirt off and like was like bouncing his pecs or something, yeah, of course I'd vote for him. I don't care what he has to say.
If Hassan campaigning was Hassan on like a train wrecks debate against Dan Crenshaw.
That would be,
I would rather kill myself than have to witness that.
This conversation started in a very good and very pure place. You guys took it somewhere gross, somewhere perverted. All right, go ahead.
Well, Zach, that's just because you don't like beefy boys, but I do.
No. It's because of the train wrecks format, not because of Hassan.
Right.
Our beefiest president.
God, yeah. Beef is the most American meat, and that means that Hassan is the most American candidate.
Well, it couldn't be pork because.
Jesus, that'd be meme to death. That would instantly be like if Hassan ran for president, like that would instantly be like such. That would be more powerful than the Pepe during the Trump campaign.
So much power.
I mean, you guys do talk about meme magic like it's a true force.
I think that it's...
You really have respect for it?
I think that it's a shortcut for talking about the it's a shortcut in
appealing to
language.
people's inner emotional lives. I know what you mean.
Yeah, well, for several different things, not only emotional lives, but like the way that we see content, the way that we find content online, the way that it's presented to us by algorithms, the way that discourse happens, the way that content finds its way to us. It's a shortcut for whether people are winning or losing, quote unquote, the narratives that surround them, whether they're controlling the narratives or whether they're kind of a victim of the narrative.
Yeah.
It's a lot of things that maybe we don't think about individually whenever we're just mindlessly scrolling things. And I think that it's difficult to talk about all of those in a real sense because we don't quite have a grasp on social media ourselves. Like, as many projects, as many companies exist out there that exist literally solely around posting on social media to build an audience, to generate capital, that there is a lack of actual not only competence, because I don't think that profit motive leads to competence, but also a lack of people really trying very hard to say anything meaningful. I think that is the thing that we have on our side, is that we're trying to say something meaningful online. And it is almost refreshing to me to be able to participate in that, as opposed to what I was doing before, which was, just shit posting. And you call it shit posting because it's not serious to you, even though it touches on things that are serious. And it's difficult to analyze. It's difficult to analyze, like, the concept of it's difficult to analyze this concept of meaningless posting, because nothing is really meaningless, right?
Yes.
Like, you're not actually shit posting because you don't care. You care immensely. You just have to wear the mask of not caring. And that's who we run into all the time, and who we argue with on Facebook, and it's all social posturing.
Yeah.
And kind of getting to get out from behind the posturing that you feel like you're supposed to do with a lot of posting online, and getting to kind of do it with a purpose, and do it with a voice that you feel comfortable using. Talking about things that you're comfortable talking about is a new it's a new frontier. Was a new frontier for myself for a while, and feels good to be doing that, as opposed to meanlessly posting into the void, not feeling like you're connecting with people.
Right.
Like, not only does it feel better to be posting into a community of people that you kind of know and you interact with, which is the goal of a lot of our posting, to at least have a community of people that you can connect in with, but also posting alongside other people about real things, and feeling like you are, at least feeling like you're making some sort of difference. I think Tony Boswell from Indian Death Cult was talking about it on their Instagram, because they held an event for someone who was recently executed by the police, and 20 people showed up. And it's that's
not nothing.
It's not nothing.
Like you would see like one of the tragedies of American life and think like, hey man, every time I see some of it, man, when I saw Elijah McClain, and I was like, man, we should just stop the whole world from this shit.
It's so
right?
fucked
Like that.
You can't. Yeah, you can't. We could never have an adequate response to the atrocities that we have to witness every day.
So 20 is something. Like I get turnout for protests, and how many days was it between the murder and the vigil?
I'm not certain. It might have been like a week.
Yeah,
it's not nothing, but it's like, hey, if you are thinking about going, just go, just show up. You can post memes about it, but if we all post memes about it, then nobody's gonna be doing the work.
And we have, the ability to kind of get people to go between just shit posting and actually like organizing. Which I mean, like us, we were doing this show, but we were also able to kind of at the same time be like, hey, also come literally organize with us in real fucking life.
Yeah.
Because we are going to be at such and such next week, so come do it with us.
Yeah.
And like we could really do that, which was cool.
Yeah. And it's important that we have posters that are countering literally bought and paid for narratives.
Yeah.
It's important work, but it's hard to know where the balance is. It's kind of the thing I had to learn that kind of snapped me out of my very religious upbringing, which was like trying to parse the Bible verse about like, oh, you will know them by the fruits of their labor, and trying to like figure out what the fuck that meant.
Right.
And you're like, all right, so we like judging everyone based off of like the works that we can see that they've done, and
hey,
like,
I've got
their life, and,
right.
And everyone's like, what? No, that's ridiculous. Why would you do that? I'm like, it says it right there. It says it right
in the Bible. Let me ask you a related question that will seem like a bit of a segment, not too much. Mm-hmm. Listen, do you think Rage Against the Machine radicalized people?
Maybe back in the 90s, maybe.
Yeah, the band Lights Out, go to the radio, true that shit. Like,
I don't think so. And
if not, why not?
Because it's gonna sound really dumb.
Because there's certainly revolutionaries. I don't know.
Yeah,
is a Rage Against the Machine song revolutionary content?
Yes, because they're
is it good at
people who are revolutionary?
If you're saying that
it's looking to consume like things that align with their values.
If you're saying that Rage Against the Machine didn't radicalize anybody, I would say that's not good revolutionary content if the only people who listened to it were already revolutionaries.
I disagree. I think it's important that there is content for people that are already revolutionary, because you need to not only be able to meet other people and band together and grow as an individual and in a community,
like solidarity.
But if you're Rage Against the Machine and you're theoretically, let's just say like they're taking on the forces of darkness and they're having the same conversation that Psychic Dolphin Garage is saying through our Ryman / guitar pedals / whatever we're doing, we have like a worldwide platform. We can do whatever we want. To what degree should they be thinking in the revolutionary points? And does it matter if they don't do a good job at that part of it?
I think that the appeal to the aesthetic, we talked about this on some episode, but like appealing to aesthetic is like reactionary, right? Like reactionary politics is a lot about aesthetic.
Oh, well, that's a good but I mean,
and so if you have a cool aesthetic, you're going to radicalize people because they think that it's cool to listen to your music, even if they don't know that Rage Against the Machine was about like solidarity, unionism, and also like whatever
Well,
revolutionary ideas their songs are about.
well, I was a kid, and I listened to Rage Against the Machine, and I was, I guess, left wing, union household, so I guess you're left wing by default. And I don't know whether, I mean, I liked listening to Rage Against the Machine. I wasn't necessarily against their political message, but also it wasn't like join a union, like for so there's nothing.
Mom, I was listening to Rage Against the Machine, and I was really inspired to go look up the IWW, and you would not believe how.
Yeah, exactly. No, but like because of it being Rage Against the Machine, there's no buy-in aside from you passively listening to it and going strange situations and names that you don't necessarily know about.
Yeah. I think that they're doing that as their own form of praxis. And I think that we need people doing that because
also I'm not saying that Rage Against the Machine should have this conversation Psychic Dolphin Garage is having in 2020 about distributing the revolutionary media memes or whatever memes. But like that, like this is just we're really trying to have, more importantly, a conversation just about what we are making, what we're choosing to make, and can we take this hypothetical example of what's a pop band and they're very catchy, but maybe they didn't accomplish their goal. That gives us a way to think about accomplishing our goal, if we have a goal, and to what degree should we have a goal? Do we need one?
Well, the two goals are to radicalize new people and to be a community for people that are already radicalized, right?
Maybe the goal is to make money and win championships. I don't know.
So there are three goals. There is to radicalize people, there's to be a community for revolutionary people, and there's to make money. So
have fun should probably be. Is that one of the goals? Is it a goal to have? How important is it that making Psychic Dolphin Garage be fun? Does it matter?
I think that without it being a means to feed myself, it is not the most important thing that we just make good content. It is more important to me that it is fun, because this is not a means to feed myself and provide for my survival.
If in some situation, and really I'm just trying to suss out your values and priorities. If this show was not making money, but you knew just as a fact that it was de-radicalizing members of the alt-right or something like that, but you didn't enjoy it, would you continue doing it?
Not if it didn't pay me.
Okay.
I only have a limited amount of time on this earth.
Right.
And I want to spend it
That's perfect.
I would say wisely, but none of the things I want to do with it are wise.
Yeah. But no, I know what you mean. Comfortably, like doing shit you want to do.
Yeah, like I would rather like if it's between editing an episode that's like good in like a in like a larger systemic sense, or messing around on my server and like gaining skills to work on like distributed networks. I'm certain that I could find a project somewhere else that would be more fulfilling and also have more impact.
Yes. So that's a great answer. And so it makes me think this. Is the show making money now? And if not, then when do you what's your criteria for the show being something that you're like, I should pull the plug on this?
It's technically making money because we switched to free hosting.
So
technically we are now officially in the black. We're out of the red. I think by making money, breaking even and making money like pay a bill, pay a rent. Yeah, it's not paying rent right now. And I think it's still growing. I think if there's ever a period where it's like 6 months where I don't see growth anywhere,
Right.
and there does not seem to be anything new happening, I think that is the point where we go, okay, we have to kind of reevaluate what we're doing, where we're going, because we've hit a wall. We haven't hit a wall with the show yet.
Yeah.
And so we haven't hit a wall with like our desire to create content yet.
Right, and we have a couple other projects that we're working on, or that we're hoping to work on, that will expand our audience, but also like pull away from politics and maybe they're like
be more lifestyle.
Yeah, not that
you guys want
politics aren't in everything. Like that's
right. That's the thing, is like our D&D show is going to literally have like
I remember that. We talked about it.
Yeah.
Like there's still like,
So,
I mean, we're all socialists making this. It's obviously going to bleed into it.
Yeah. Listen, did my episode ever get published?
I don't think it did.
That was
we haven't
good
edited it yet.
That was good material. Is it in the can for later, or what? Are you guys just like treating it like just the branded episode? We didn't like it.
I think it's kind of that thing where we're working on projects currently, and so it's just like in the list, and it's just a little further down than
Well, listen, it's okay. Like, no, I don't mean it to sound like I'm offended, because like we've done episodes with Manhattan District Attorney candidate Janos Martin, and then we have like 3 episodes with him that are in the can.
Yeah,
and it's not necessarily that we are not pro Janos Martin. It's just shit got away from us, baby. Like,
yeah,
and also it's evergreen content. So
yeah, and it's also like that's something that's also in a different format. It's in a video format that we want to release it on. And so we're already like working on other stuff that we want to finish before we get around to like necessarily editing all those videos and such.
It's no rush. Like, you put it out whenever it's okay.
Yeah,
and in fact, I think that we had I think we talked a lot during that episode, just literally about making a show. Because I've always been fascinated with you guys, because we started the show at around the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever I am envious of something, it's that I don't have like the time to really put my labor into the shows in the way that you guys do.
Well,
just
I'm
in terms
envious.
of making it sound great. You guys make it sound great. You guys do so many of like the details well. You guys have got a Reddit. It's extremely organic. Like, you guys have really put like nose to the grindstone in building this. And for us, I mean, like, we have similar values, but like our approaches to building the show, ours was entirely like clout chasing driven.
Mm-hmm.
It was entirely like with Twitter cheats and follow backs. Like, it was just like,
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way about y'all. Like, I think that y'all invested a lot more in doing interviews, which is a good format, which is not only evergreen content, but also it is something that once you get into it, you become the source for that sort of thing.
It's actually fucking hilarious. I don't like interview episodes of podcasts. I fucking hate them.
Well, then just come on to our podcast and just let the wonks do their own fucking thing. Come on.
Well, listen, I like making them now, but I don't. But I still don't like if I'm listening to a podcast, I'm listening for the hosts, and the interview guest is like, sometimes the guest is good or whatever. Yeah. But like, usually they're distracting from like the fun and the chemistry of the actual hosts that you want to listen to.
Yeah, I think that the reason why we came out the gate so well was because of the various styles that we have.
Yes.
And we have Lost Kelton's like shit posting, clout chasing style, which helped the brand grow. And I'm hoping that after his vacation, he comes back and posts more.
All of us are. You gotta do some reaching out, because literally
I reached out
just
to
in a family.
Rachel. I gotta get Kennedy on. I gotta get everybody on for a bonus episode now, which I will of course post before yours, just out of principle. You know how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Record yours first, but then post it last.
I know. I know, man.
Yeah, no,
Black
like
man always mistreated out here. It's
You know,
really
shit.
we've been doing some outreach and some very tight organization. Like now we're talking about how the sausage is made, which is I think the conversation that we love to have with you, Brandon. But it's you know,
it only seems organic to people on the outside,
right? But Zach has taken it upon himself to become very organized and in a very disorganized time. Like it would be a lie to say that we are all very like we are all extremely fatigued with the literal world around us.
yeah.
That even when we do stuff that is non-political or like not directly about electoral politics, we are still so fucking tired. Like I am
Yeah.
right now trying to write scripts, and you know, I'm hoping that what I'm hoping is that post-election, like I don't care who wins or whatever at this point. What I'm hoping is that I can now just stop worrying about the election and now start worrying about other things, because it is plaguing my mind so much. You know, I was just asked, it's like, oh, like some friend of the show who we may have interviewed, who's kind of annoying to me, but they're like, they just messaged me. They're like, hey, do you and the rest of Psychic Dolphin Garage have planned if like it all like, you know, like if there's a fascist takeover? I'm like, well, one, we don't all live together. Like, no. Like,
is this that one that one account that I was complaining about the other day?
I don't remember now if you were
What's
complaining
the
about the
psychic
Okay.
dolphin? That is such a rando there.
But I'm
What's
like,
the psychic dolphin garage plan?
I was like, we don't all live in the same. Yeah, we don't all live in the same place, and it's like
to secure a future for ourselves and our children. That is our plan. Okay. All right. Any questions? No. Okay. Cool.
Actually,
like I can't divulge what my plans are. Well, I don't know if you're CIA or not, bitch.
That too. We're the only podcast that actually does. I mean, we're planning to we're gonna get some property out in the desert. Shit, I'm not gonna live on it, but I will invest. I'll take.
I'm not doing desert living. I'm sorry. I know my people.
Well, New Mexico. I'm not saying literal desert, but
still,
the brush.
New Mexico is pretty deserty, if I recall driving through there 6 times correctly.
Not only that, but if I'm in New Mexico, like I'm not even gonna go visit, because if I cross that border in New Mexico and I don't have my fucking real ID on me or something, they're gonna definitely throw me across the border.
We're gonna be calling Ammon Bundy to come back us up as we rush the ICE facility.
Yeah, the Mexican border be like, he was born here.
They dump you over in the middle of Mexico, and it's just a bad Hangover sequel.
Oh my god! And then, like the comedy of it all would be, it's like the border fucking changed with me and my family. Like we were always here. like you go to the other side.
Holy shit!
That's funny.
I'll go visit, but I'm not like I'm gonna need some real preparation.
Yeah, I don't have
8 forms of ID.
Yeah, I don't even have a plan. Like my plan is like I live in Texas. Like at best, I get to not have to experience
in all fucking genuineness. Whoever sent you that, man, tell them to shut the fuck up. Get a grip.
Well, it's not
like
only that, but
it's not like yes, I've applied for jobs in New Zealand to see if I can like move out of the country because I want to move out of the country. I would love to live in Vietnam.
That's fine. That's normal. But like fixating on like the Civil War.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of like should we be worried? Certainly, but at the same time, it's like until they're like the you know a 1950s style Red Scare is happening again. I'm in California. I don't have too much to worry about.
Yeah, that's true.
And you know I have healthcare here. I have
all of us
family lives. Like you know I'm pretty sheltered. I'll be honest.
Well, listen, all of us like, and I'm in the Metro Atlanta area, so I'm not as sheltered as some of y'all. But
well, you're more of a position that Zach is.
Yeah.
Well, but listen, like you want to be as prepared as possible for anything.
But more likely to die of a hurricane than like than some active civil war. Like
it's good to be prepared for anything, but I think like the best preparation is being organized.
Well, I don't think I'm gonna stop. Like, obviously, COVID has like made things very difficult for organization, but you know, DSA LA and DSAOC have been very active throughout this time.
I don't necessarily mean you got to go volunteer for 8 hours at DSA. I just mean organized, like you're being organized right now doing this. Like,
no, I don't even necessarily mean that, but what I mean is that like these organizations have been working to help people. Like, you know, they gave me groceries in a time when I couldn't afford groceries. They're doing work like that.
DSAOC is actually sick as fuck.
Yeah, DSAOC, like they're very un-Orange County.
I love it.
Yeah, like we're not. You're more likely to die of a hurricane here in the Gulf than you are from, you know, an active civil war. Like it's what's more important at this point is not having a plan to escape, but having a plan to fix it. Like it's about trying to rebuild everything that's fucked up, but rebuild it good. And you can't rebuild something that's fucked up unless you put in a bunch of time. Okay. You know, you invest a bunch of time to make it better. The time that was not spent the first go round to build it good. Like, it's going to take a lot of fucking work. I'm going to have to, at some point, you know, leave the house, as much as I don't want to, because I do not want to catch COVID and bring that shit home. It would really be devastating, I think, for my household. Because my sister's disabled. Like, if she catches it, it's over. We can't afford hospitalization for, you know, 3 weeks and have her on a breathing machine. That would be devastating. And it is important that we, you know, not only right the wrongs of history, but we put in the work that wasn't put in the first time to make sure that it was done. You know, that we built all these systems correctly.
We built these systems. You've now been flagged, by the way. Sorry about that copyright strike.
Well, R.I.P. the Twitch.
R.I.P. the Twitch.
Yeah, like, it's important that we put in that work to rebuild them, and that's not going to happen from, you know, if our only goal is to get out, then just get out. Like, if you have the means to get out, then just get out. That's fine. Plenty of people don't have the means or the ability to get out, to leave.
Yeah.
So what's the answer then? You know, well, they can't leave. Well, you might as well stay here and just, even if it's not through electoralism, you might as well work towards, you know, building something better.
We are in a civilization that's in a slow motion collapse.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, again, like I said earlier in my introduction, not a doomer conspiracy theory thing. That's just historical fact. Look at the United States. That's where we're going.
Yep.
But we don't know what's going to happen when or in what order. We don't know whether this will be a well-managed thing or whether it will be like, you know, whatever it ends up being. We don't know yet. So this is not like a pop quiz, and you do not need to have the answer tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And we probably have years, 4 years, 8 years, 12 years before there's any kind of conflict that you need to make a plan like that, you know?
Yeah, hopefully. Like, I think that we've said it over and over as people are talking about, you know, arming themselves. We should always be armed, because our bodies will be threatened. We will be threatened with harm long before we need to own these tools to threaten anyone else. Like, the most dangerous thing that we possess is our knowledge. And it's a dumb fucking Americanism, is that, you know, the penny is mightier than the sword. I wish this fucking spider would stop hitting me. Stupid fucking it's a dumb Americanism that the pen is stronger than the sword or whatever, and that we always need to you know, that knowledge is key or whatever. I can't think of any other dumb phrases like that.
Yeah, knowledge is power.
Knowledge, knowledge is power. All that stuff.
Don't boo vote. All that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. God. All that stuff like that is like very idealistic. Oh fuck, is that a phantom? I don't like that sound.
Okay, you're saying knowledge and power is idealistic, but it's really true sometimes.
Yeah,
knowledge really is power.
Yeah, it's used in an idealistic way a lot of times, but it really is true that like we're more dangerous organized than we are armed.
I don't know, man. Dumb people who weren't well informed have done a lot historically.
I mean that's true. I think am towing that line. All of my views are constant flex at this point in my life.
Sure.
Like I've hit, I've made the foundational ones. Those aren't changing anytime soon because I just don't have the fucking time to like reevaluate metaphysics based on whatever fucking bullshit they're doing with like the Hadron Collider or whatever the fuck, like whatever. Or all of this theory stuff, all of the like tendency talk. There's so much that we're trying to synthesize into any worldview. And so right now I'm leaning very heavily on solidarity unionism because I'm a member of the IWW, and leaning on trying to I know we're reading Conquest of Bread right now, but trying to read Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, and a lot of the like Black Panther organizing because that stuff worked and it was punished because it worked. And yeah, we don't need to be we don't need to be the like we do have a reading tree. We don't need to be the DSA. We don't need to have everybody like needs to have read all these books to be joining. We don't need to have struggle sessions about what tendency bullshit we're talking about all the time. Like it's not very difficult to organize people on. I think this is also we already said this. It's not difficult to organize people based on their class, based on the labor that they do. If you perform labor, if you have to sell your labor to survive, you're part of the working class. Like that's easy. You don't have to read a bunch of books to know that and to understand that. My dad is super reactionary, but he knows that he understands his working class status inherently. Is it fucked up because like all things, these very simple talking points have been corrupted by the right wing, by other reactionaries? Yeah, absolutely. But it's not a difficult like idea that we're trying to communicate. All this stuff is very all these ideas are accessible by anyone. We're not giving out PhDs for understanding what's the fuck? The labor theory understander has logged on,
Yeah. You don't need to understand the labor theory value to go to McDonald's and start making hamburgers and go and like I'm getting paid $8 an hour for this, whether I make 100 burgers or 10 in the hour.
And you don't need to like have knowledge of the history of labor organizing in the United States to start making 25 an hour at some point in your life and go, shit, listen, why can't everyone make this much money? This should be living wage.
Yeah. And this is just an advantage that we have. This is easier to convince people of. It doesn't take as much. It doesn't take cable news to convince people about these ideas. Like the mishmash of ideas that are going around now. This mishmash is something that okay, only cable news could build and support because it's so dumb. Like, you need like elite propaganda. You don't need elite propaganda for this shit. You can be dumb.
Yeah, like Marxism is for the himbos of this world.
I joke, but like obviously, like yeah.
I mean, shitposting is shitposting. You don't need beautiful people to be shitposting. I mean, we do need beautiful people to be shitposting as well. But you don't need to, we don't need
hot rights.
Absolutely hot rights, but you also, we don't need to have the perfectly
He
marketed...
won't say it. He won't say it. He comes
I said
here
hot
at the
rights.
debate. He won't say the word hot rights. I didn't hear it come out of his mouth.
Oh my God.
You're watching Pennsylvania. You're watching. And they're going to run wild. I won't say it. Some people are saying it. The ugly people. They're going to take over. Okay.
This is too much. God. Yeah, we don't need perfectly marketed talking points. We don't need a 12-point plan and 87 different interns that are paid to run our tweet deck. We're doing it ourselves. We're dumb. We're all dumb, idiot, stupid brain, ADHD. What's the fucking? We can't concentrate. We can barely organize our lives, much less like a giant media program.
And what's cool is they're spending all this money on Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro's
tens of millions of dollars.
Ben Shapiro's getting $40,000 a week in Facebook ads.
God,
can you even imagine
spending $40,000
a week on Facebook ads? If somebody at our show were to say, let's spend $40 a week on Facebook ads, we'd be like, whoa, they're a big spender. Whoa there.
What do you mean spend on Facebook ads?
Spend on Facebook ads.
I was reading an article about somebody talking about how they started making money off of Teespring. Yeah. They literally were spending hundreds of dollars a week on Facebook ads before they finally started selling enough t-shirts to cover that. And then that was how they built up to making like $100,000.
They had to go $600 in the hole.
They had to go like $1,200 in the hole before they started getting like a real return on it. And they were like because they had like $1,000 they wanted to do, and they got very close to breaking even before they finally like there was a long time where they weren't breaking even before they finally got it. And it's such a like, I do some graphic design in my spare time, and also I'm gonna spend like $100 a week instead of spending it on weed or something. I'm gonna spend it on this to try to make more money. Like, it's a very perfect storm kind of situation, and it's so it makes me furious at the platforms that we have, and it makes me furious that we can't.
I mean, we're making merchandise.
We're
working
merchandise, on it. Y'all are obviously doing like other t-shirts instead of just like letting
we're not gonna be
sell shit.
Yeah, we're not gonna be a total fucking t-shirt factory, but we are gonna we're gonna try to have 4 or 5.
I mean, that's cool and that's good because people are because
it's hard to get people. It's hard to get people to like donate to a Patreon to like help me eat food, because everybody here that's listening is like, yeah, I need food too.
Exactly. Well, that's Dennis's dilemma, is that his Patreon does feed him sometimes.
Yeah,
I know. Like,
and I'm fortunate that I don't have to rely on the Patreon to feed me.
Yeah,
especially during fucking COVID. Jesus Christ, all of us
and
need a Patreon to feed us.
We've done interviews with people who are doing like the fucking the Patreon's their source of income during the pandemic.
Wow.
And like, we can't get mad at that person if they're offered to read an ad for stamps.com.
Yeah. I mean, Anchor, when you sign up, they just give you $15 if you read their ad. It's like, who wouldn't read their ad if they were doing content because it's a way for them to make money, maybe.
Right. But unfortunately, if y'all had taken that $15, I know you didn't, but they'd have you. Yeah,
who wants to listen to me read a fucking ad about Anchor? That just skip that shit. Nobody gives a fuck.
But I know, but the actual fucked up thing about it is that if you guys were to become like really well known, they would take that ad because they own it forever now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now you're in like a Emily Ratajkowski's situation where your image is just now just being used totally around your original purposes, just to like make a buck
for someone else, not even for me anymore.
Yeah, exactly, because now you're an ad for Anchor.
Yep.
And they're going to get their $15 worth, right?
Yep.
Or let's say that they want to micro target because they've got data. Now they can find lefties who are looking for podcasts, and you're a micro authority in that niche. And now they can just run, like if somebody were to like think about running a podcast, they'd have your ad and they would show you, and they trust you based on the work that you put in, right?
Yeah, that's scary. I hadn't even thought of that. That's absolutely why they data mine so much, so that they can give away free shit. And that's the venture capital platform, is that you just give away free shit until you can monetize it for yourself.
Exactly.
And you'll break even.
That's how Amazon made any money.
Yeah.
They were losing money until they finally could make it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Netflix model. Maybe in 2024 they'll start making money.
Well, I mean,
you guys y'all watching anything on Netflix?
No, I use Hulu and Verve exclusively, which is Crunchyroll.
Yeah, y'all are so cool. Watch TV, hell yeah, man.
I mean, I watch
now,
so
if
much
I were to,
fucking anime.
If you were to imagine,
I offset all of y'all.
Yeah, I'm sitting here, got a real intellectual fucking author here, and then I'm watching fucking The Blood of Zeus on Netflix. It's an anime, like it's a very goofy Greek anime demigod Battle of the Titans thing.
That sounds cool as fuck, actually.
It's so stupid. It's like have you seen the Castlevania show?
Yes.
It's like if Castlevania was HBO, this would be Stars.
Okay.
Like it's just
okay.
It's just like a gory, melodramatic, music blaring at all times. Like it's just. Or have you seen the show Spartacus?
I did not watch any of Spartacus.
Well, there's no like nudity. It's not like sex type stuff, but just lots of violence and melodrama. But for a cartoon, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, I love cheesy. I started watching. Did you notice that that thing where animes got like really long titles?
Yes.
That are like overly descriptive.
Oh my God! Don't tell me you started watching like "Is it wrong to hit on a girl in a dungeon" or whatever?
No, I did not start watching that one. Although that is like the archetype for the naming convention, because that one's a harem anime. So this one isn't a harem anime. It's Bofiru.
Okay.
I think.
Well,
and
where are we with this? What's happening here?
Oh, I'm just talking about the anime.
I know we got to finish the story
though. The anime is called fuck, what is it called? It's called I didn't want to get hurt, so I maxed my damage stats, and it's just about a girl that plays an MMORPG, and she just maxed her damage stats and somehow has the most broken build in the game because she's the first person to only put stats into resistance, into defense, and it's dumb as fuck.
Okay.
It's so stupid, but I fucking love it so much.
So it's like a comedy. It's like One Punch Man.
Yeah.
It's just like infinite HP girl.
Basically.
Okay.
It's great. It's a hilarious concept.
I actually there's a show called Cautious Hero that seems similar.
I've seen that one too, The Cautious Hero. And I think I saw a fight from it because he always like overtrains and like one hits them because he's so strong, because he's always over
yes,
leveled
but
or whatever.
He's in always situations that, despite being over leveled, it's still like enough that it would snag him, because his actual superpower is that he's prepped and that he's paranoid. So that whatever gambit, whatever trap the boss lays out, he's like, I'm super paranoid, and so I prepped for this.
Yeah.
That is his actual superpower, more than the fact that he's like got the One Punch Man esque, like he's very strong.
That's funny. See, I love that like super like meta takes on anime now, where instead of being like just completely overpowered, which I appreciate One Punch Man for.
I mean, we love what are some good OP animes? Hellsing. Hellsing's a good OP character.
God, One Piece is getting really fucking OP.
I think like Goku is that archetype.
Yes, those are fine.
What's another one that I enjoy watching? I watch so many. I can't think of any other like super OP. My Hero Academia does it now with All Might.
Okay. Well, you don't have to.
Bit.
Okay. Well, you don't. Have, nobody has to spoil anything if All Might is a.
hidden character. I don't know.
All Might isn't hidden. All Might is the first character you learn about in the game.
Okay.
Or in the anime.
Yeah, I don't.
So is All Might basically Superman? Is he stronger than Superman? What are we looking at?
I think All Might is stronger than Superman. I think they showed that he's stronger than. I don't remember if he's stronger than Superman or not. I remember that they basically said that he punched with like a quadrillion tons of TNT because he punched so hard that he like created like a vortex with wind, and you have to hit like so hard. Somebody did the math on it.
So what is his temperament? Is he a nice guy, regular guy? Is he crazy?
All Might is like he's very much the Superman archetype.
Right. And
his thing is that he wants to be hope for people whenever there are bad guys.
Okay.
His thing is he says, don't be afraid or never fear. All Might is here. And so he wants to be the savior of the people.
So he literally is like Superman.
Yeah, he's literally.
It's just usually when you see those kind of characters, the characters like Homelander, and it's like our guy's a dick. So,
yeah. So what's different about him? Well, you see, he's evil.
Right.
No, All Might's very good.
So All Might is probably not the main character. All Might's like a side character that like shows up once in a while.
He's the mentor for the new. You learn this like the first 2 episodes. He's the mentor for the main character of the show.
Okay.
Yeah, and then there's this whole thing with the way that they got into weird territory immediately, because there's like people that are born with superpowers and people that aren't.
Okay.
In that universe, so just immediately into like racial supremacy, just right off the bat. It's like, oh, okay, cool, thanks, anime.
Yeah, it's nothing new for Japan.
Jesus.
Is this reminds me of, this is gonna sound absurd, but Holic, except with superheroes instead of magic. Is this a comedy show? Is this like a mature, wistful show about, or is it a silly show? What are we looking at?
It's silly. It's still a shonen.
Okay.
It's still silly because there's like the dumb character that like wants to see tits all the time. Because they're all like high school boys or whatever, finishing out their high school bullshit. So it still has a bit of that haha, the punchline is tits kind of attitude. So
hey, this is so ridiculous, but let's do it.
Okay.
In a world with superheroes, and assuming that half of the superheroes are women, would there be less gender discrimination in that society?
No. There would be just as much.
Yeah, I think that the genre has proven that we would just over sexualize those women. Like I don't know if you watched The Boys at all.
Yeah, that's part of why I asked the question. Actually.
Yeah. I
wanted
think
to
that we've
talk
proven
about
that
The Boys.
we would just. I haven't finished the latest season yet. I think I've only watched the first 3 episodes.
Right.
So don't spoil anything. Don't
Oh,
spoil
okay.
anything more than Twitter has spoiled it for me.
Okay.
So,
You're a loser who doesn't watch.
No, I will only discuss the premise of the
I
show.
cannot watch like hour-long shows, Dennis. I can only watch them if episodes are 20 minutes long. Okay.
You need to get some ADHD medication,
Wow.
like yesterday.
Yeah.
But anyway, The
eventually.
Boys, yeah, a lot of
We've
The
just
Boys, a
proven that
lot of
we-
those bad structures remain
Yeah.
unabated.
Well, it's
Whether it's-
amazing that Amazon is just out now being like, yeah, exploitation sucks, doesn't it? Doesn't it? But then, like, again, they're doing the liberal thing where they don't have the answer, they only have the diagnosis.
Right.
So, understandable that Amazon is doing it. Of course,
Amazon
it is.
doesn't care. Like,
Yeah.
this is great content for them. And
They're
people are
not
renewing it.
They're
People
not.
are renewing their subscriptions to Amazon Prime, so they don't give a
Yeah,
shit.
they're not afraid of creating quote unquote revolutionary content because the audience is not for people is not supposed to radicalize people, and the audience
That's such a good segue, because is
I'm
The
known for
Boys
nothing if not my segues.
is The Boys more revolutionary than Rage Against the Machine?
Oh my god, how is that a segue?
Like, no, it's a callback. So and we were talking about because now we're talking about something different, because The Boys, it comes from the corporation Amazon not thinking that they're not caring about.
Yeah,
But so does
And certainly not
like Rage was signed to like Warner Brothers or something.
right. True. So, but I don't know. Would the creators of The Boys say that they're making revolutionary content on the Amazon platform?
no.
Well, is it? Do we think that it's radicalized more people than Rage Against the Machine?
No, because people literally were on Twitter thinking that fucking what's her face was an SJW character, not actually, clearly a Nazi.
Is there any content that we think of on streaming services or cable that is radicalizing people?
No.
Because I think it's about intent.
Maybe YouTube. But
yeah, I think it has to. I don't know if you can
I mean, Vosh.
Can you
Vosh
radicalize
would,
someone?
Vosh would argue that it probably is, but then it's all it's doing is last week tonighting all of this stuff.
Is that
right.
okay?
Well, no,
or is that wrong?
That's like the Vosh version of things, though. But I truly do think that there are some creators on there who are a lot more intelligent, who are better at like telling things than Vosh is. Because Vosh just likes to last week tonight likes to point out how people are hypocrites and like, haha, isn't that funny? Whereas
it's prescribing, it's diagnosing the all of the symptoms, but then not prescribing the correct.
Right. Whereas someone like, I think even like H Bomber guy, or Dan Olson, Folding Ideas, goes very deeply into something very well researched and like spoken very well, and can still be extremely entertaining.
Sure.
And it is not pointing out hypocrisy, but instead examining the material conditions as to why some people in Dan Olson's like latest video, why some people like QAnoners believe the way that they do. It actually is looking at things very intelligently and not coming for anyone like in a very negative way at all. Even the people who are the subjects, like QAnoners, but instead looking not necessarily sympathetically, but looking at like the conditions that create that sort of like conspiratorial mind. So Vosh, no, but someone like Dan Olson or H Bomber guy, or even like ContraPoints, yes.
Did Will and Grace radicalize anyone?
No, ew, no.
What the fuck?
If I showed you a poll for public approval of, like, let's say gay marriage, although there's lots of other LGBT issues, and we showed you the poll from the beginning of Will and Grace to the end of Will and Grace, would that be seen as some sort of political movement through an entertainment medium?
I mean, acceptance and like tolerance is not radicalization though. Same-sex marriage is not and will never be radical. It was not a radical thing to happen, and will continue to not be, even if people do lose the right. It is not something radical.
If
Yeah.
Harry Potter hasn't radicalized anyone, then
I mean, maybe to be an annoying centrist, but otherwise, no.
Well, what do you think radicalization means at that point? Like, it's not.
We don't necessarily mean. We're just using this idea.
Yeah.
As it inspired, and by radicalization, it's that we could. Our phrase for it, just for this, is it inspires you to stop posting and do something outside of your house. That's it.
Yeah. In that case, no. Like, I don't think
someone like I don't know, any of these like right-wing conspiratorial vegan bodybuilders are more radical because they inspire people to go outside and lift weights.
Mm-hmm.
And arguably they are more radical. Like they definitely.
Well, that's something.
Yeah. Oh, please no freeze. Where are my items? Come to me.
I don't know. Zach, I'm doing very well at this this drop tower thing. You should check it out.
Okay, I will come check it out in a second. Let me.
It's nowhere near done.
Okay, I'm alive. Oh God, why are you in here? Oh God.
Hey everyone, we're still playing Minecraft. I've been working on this. It's going very well. I don't know what's happening to my voice. It is very dry here though.
Yeah, I can hear you slowly.
I've had absolutely nothing but coffee for about a week.
I thought that's weird.
Jesus Christ, Dennis. Poor thing.
Yeah, I could say some stress is probably getting to me.
Yeah.
I am going to be drinking at least an entire bottle of wine tomorrow on stream.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
If
bottle of wine's nothing.
I have to go get a new bottle of whiskey for a stream because I don't want to drink my good bottle of whiskey.
Yeah, I'm going to go get some $2 Chuck. I'm not popping bottles tomorrow.
Some Mad Dog is probably what I should be getting.
I'm get a big old thing of Carlo Rossi. Carlo Rossi's not vegan, so I'm not going to be enjoying it.
Well, yeah, I guess if our benchmark is you inspire people to go do direct action, then
and it's true that there's content that's not, that maybe is live content, could also do that, and maybe wouldn't call it revolutionary under norms. Basically what I'm saying is, don't take this conversation out of context and put it on Twitter, but
we need the controversy.
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna just tag you in just this whole
with Harry Potter,
this very edited, this very edited clip that we're gonna take.
But okay. but what would that look like? What do we need? What do we need to do in order to get people to join an organization?
I mean, honestly, I think
our answer is,
we read Capital and manga. I think that might be kind of a good way to do it. That may be kind of fun, something like that. Like actually having things in comic book form. I didn't feel alienated reading. I didn't feel like it was dumbed down or anything, and it really wasn't. The language was all there, but I can imagine giving that to a 15-year-old and being like, "Hey, learn something about capitalism."
I feel like the Christian. Who's worried about all this stuff? The Christians. They've got fucking Bible Man.
True. No, they do their best to copy all of our content.
Yeah.
Well, you would know, Zach.
Dude, Larry Boy was fucking great. Okay.
Did you have angel cards instead of Pokemon cards or something?
No, we did instead of Pokemon, I got to do what was that card game? Let me see if I can find.
You literally still have the cards in your room.
I don't think so.
I would gag.
Man.
I would be
Redemption is what it was called, I think. Yeah, Redemption. No, it looks just like Magic the Gathering. I still have no fucking clue how the game is played, but I collected the cards because they looked sick.
We need to
and they
learn
had,
how
like,
to play. We need to learn how to play it on stream one of these days for our game stream.
my God, I'm not paying $17.99 for this fucking starter deck booster pack bullshit.
Fine, be poor sport about it.
God, it's like very Catholic imagery of like all the apostles, but like with guardian angels as well, and then like weird demons. They have literally the Disciples expansion pack. Oh yeah, here it is, the 4th edition. I had this exact box. Let me see if I can share this.
But yeah, I think what it would be, you know, just like making leftism more accessible. Like I really do think that like having like a manga version of Capital was like I think JJ said that he was gonna let get his kids to read it or something.
Yeah, his daughter I think was wanting to read it.
Yeah, I think that's
So-
great. Like she's like 13 or something. I think that's great. It's perfectly within her age bracket too.
You know, I bet I do have some of these cards somewhere
These
still.
look awesome.
Michael 12-8 enhancements played with Michael cannot be negated. I think it's built too so that no matter what, Angel of the Lord, no matter what, like your good guy cards are like undefeatable or some shit. I don't think it's like a
Okay.
balanced game
So
actually.
it's not a very good game.
No, not at all.
There's some balance issues.
Yeah. God, I bet I have some of these somewhere. I just need to find them in like my baseball card box or something. There are some really cool ones. Look at that image of the beast in like the wine tin 5. Protect revelation demons from discard. If a human is defeated by a demon, convert it to a pale green instead. Oh man, this is fucking. Oh God. Why weren't we ever allowed to have cool things as children? I will never understand.
Such
No,
a good question.
I wasn't allowed to have Pokemon cards because they were too expensive.
Well, that's a little different than
Hope said that Pokemon was okay, so I was allowed to play it.
that's good at least. You're allowed to like things that people your age liked.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mom.
Thanks, Mom.
Hope you're listening.
She's not.
She's disappointed in you.
Oh,
She
Listen.
should be. I turned out very, very backwards from what she wanted.
listen, you haven't turned out yet.
Well, yeah, you haven't had your bottom phase yet.
Oh. I only turned up. What?
Oh.
Oh.
You said turn out, not blow out. I'm sorry.
Oh no. Rude.
Raw dogging with no lube.
Oh God.
If I get killed at a protest, do you think this will make like my highlight reel?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
You look pretty chill in here too.
They can go through all of the old takes, and somebody will try to cancel me posthumously. But it'll be impossible.
That's the best thing though. Like whenever, like every like 4 months, a bunch of like lefties will like try to like cancel like fucking Frida or something, and it's like, y'all know that she's fucking dead, right? Like, what is she supposed to do? Like, she's gone. She doesn't matter. She's fucking dead.
Definitely like take that and copy paste it and do it for me when they like find a clip of me saying,
Y'all know that Brandon's dead. That bitch is dead.
That bitch is dead. He can't do what he gonna do.
What the fuck is he gonna do? He's fucking dead. So what if he said the N-word? He's black.
God. Always get away with that. It's really wonderful. It's like the cops, the race police come, but like they look at each other, they shrug, they're like, "There's nothing we can do."
Untouchable.
Untouchable.
There's nothing we could do here.
Yeah. They nod it. They give a little nod, and then they're fucking off. They're gone. I love it. Real mob boss shit.
But just with like racial
mob boss, but just with racial slurs.
Just with racial slurs.
Yeah.
Your hand.
Incredible.
It was like If I went around and just be like, yeah, it's okay, I could call this person a beaner, I'm Mexican. Fine.
But at some stage, I think you lose your immunity when you're going into really antiquated racial slurs.
Oh yeah,
Like,
like no one wants.
Like if you call, yeah, I can't call somebody. If I were to have an outburst, and I were to call another black person a porch monkey or a jigaboo, people would look at me like, "What the hell is it? Where is he coming from? What's wrong with this person?"
That's some like Jesse Lee Peterson.
Exactly.
Energy.
Yeah.
Like the thing is, okay. So I saw. It's funny that you bring it up too, because I saw God, who was it on there? I saw Cornel West on an interview, or like it was like a panel discussion on Fox News, because he often does go on Fox News. I don't know why, but people don't disrespect him there. That is one of the reasons why he does continue to go back, which is weird. But like he was in a discussion with someone like a black conservative, and he like he called the other guy Negro. I was like, I'm not gonna talk to you like until you start respecting me, my Negro. And I was like, wait a second, what is going on here?
Cornel West said my Negro. That sounds a little.
And I was like, because I was like, I know that this is like the level of like we're allowed to say like Oriental, but it's not good. Like we shouldn't say these things.
Right.
We're not allowed to say Negro. That's not like. I was very shocked. I was like, I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about this one, but whatever, Cornel West, I really do like you.
Negro. Oh, wasn't there a Negro Gate this year?
I don't know.
Someone called someone a Negro, and it was like, I think Rudy Giuliani or somebody called somebody a Negro. And it was...
Right. It's weird because like, yeah, literally like in other countries that is still like the correct way to refer to black people. Like it is the more respectful, because the other ways that they say the other words that they have for black people are awful. They're just way worse.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, it's definitely cultural, and I think in Cornel West's choice, or in his case, very antiquated, because he is an old guy.
Sure. Listen, I don't know what time we're at here.
It is 11:20, so we have 40 minutes of content left.
Are we sure? Because it's
my computer is correct.
Yeah, mine is as well. It's 9:20 for me.
Because I have to set it to automatic, otherwise I will never know what time it is.
Oh yeah, I would be lost.
Okay.
Yeah, thank God for automatic daylight savings time. That honestly the best invention of the 20th, 21st century.
We should really just get rid of daylight savings time though, but until then, the automatic clocks do save me.
While I would love to do the last hour with y'all, it is Election Day Eve.
Yeah,
I do want to go and cast my ballot, and as the young and middle-aged black man in the city of Atlanta, I have no idea what the line will be. I assume that many of the old people have gone and mailed in a ballot, so hopefully they.
Off tomorrow.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go and do all that tomorrow, and I want to do it early because Meltdown 2020. I will be with Rara Imler tomorrow on this channel from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. And we're just going to be just talking about cope. It's not going to be like Nate Silver, us doing the break. Like if something important happens, like we'll let you know.
If someone drops dead or something.
Yeah,
God, please, anyone.
If somebody dies,
just someone die.
But
I don't care which one.
We're just going to be looking at like the old takes from the election season and laughing at them. We're going to be looking at cope entertainment that has been made in reaction to the Trump administration. And we're just going to basically just dunk on, people who are crying as the votes are coming in and stuff like that, and just take delight in their misfortune. And we have tons of guests. Lauren Ashcraft is going to be there. Adriel Hampton will be there. Posada's Trap God, Aaron will be there. Brian from Street Fight Radio will be in the building. It's just a star-studded event.
Fucking stacked is what it is.
Yeah, it's really wild. And I'll be there as the MC, and Rara Imler, who, if you're not following her, she's at Island Golf on Twitter and is just very funny and cool and shit like that. So be there or don't be there. I'm not your boss. I'm not going to tell you what to do. This is just totally voluntary. It's free entertainment. Do what you will with it. It's fine.
Hell yeah. Well, Brandon, thanks for coming on to our Minecraft stream.
Stopping by.
I love it.
Get such wonderful entertainment. No, it's just me screaming about dying over and over.
Yeah, I wanted to hop in more often just because y'all are doing a very nice stream. It's very cool. So we've gotta get in there and promote it. And I obviously didn't retweet any of this, sorry. But
it's okay.
It'll get around. It'll get around. So
there are far more important things happening right now than
right.
Just
like
hanging out and letting people
we're
know
all just
how
holding our
podcasting
breath.
works.
We're all just holding our breath until we can finally get away from covering the election every fucking episode. So
and we'll do that as soon as possible. And listen, let's all as people making all this cool stuff. Like this is going to be an incredible few months in history, no matter what. So just clear your life. Give yourself physical and mental space and stuff, and make good stuff.
Yeah.
This is going to be a lot more interesting than whatever Joe Biden was doing the last few months. Let me tell you. This is going to be some real interesting times.
Yeah, whatever we do when we're all finally firing on all of our cylinders, it's it amazes me still the things that you can do just by nose to the grindstone. Doing it the hard way really is kind of is what it feels like a lot of times.
Yeah.
It amazes me what we can do, what we do ourselves in the garage, and what the little collective that we have with Not Safe, with the Wonks, also manages to pull off. So
we're doing good things, man, and I'm always impressed by what you guys are doing from week to week. So yeah, it's all good.
Shouldn't be. But we appreciate the kind words as you're trying to sign off out of here.
Yeah, I know.
Definitely check out the Wonks election coverage. We're gonna be doing it as well, but ours is gonna be much much less star-studded. So much less star-studded. So definitely check out their election stream.
And well, listen, it's gonna be, you're gonna need, like, you guys know woke.net that did all the Portland protest footage.
Oh yeah.
And they had like protests like in 12 different windows, like the Brady Bunch. They're gonna need that for these left-wing election night streams. I didn't even want to do one. Raura was like, we got to do one because it's election night. But like Chapo's doing one, Majority Report's doing one, like Left Flank's doing one.
Yeah,
you guys are doing one. Everyone's doing one. I feel like there's going to be more streams than viewers.
It's just, oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, what it is it's just taking, what was originally a Zoom call to laugh about the debates.
That's true. These are just public Zoom calls.
Exactly.
Like you're just doing a public Zoom call with your friends.
Yeah, I fully will be playing Pokemon the entire time and not actually going to pay attention.
I mean, listen, you guys think I definitely wasn't mining or crafting any of this time. So I had NBA 2K.
Hell yeah.
And I was just out here scoring.
This was basically a Destiny stream whenever he has like Ben Burgess on to say that he's like a liar or whatever.
I love that.
It's like Destiny started playing Factorio. Is that why you don't like Factorio, Dennis? Did Destiny just turn you off to Factorio entirely?
No, it's just because it's really boring.
Fuck off, Dennis.
I know so little about like the world of left Twitch.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's like Twitter. It's like, why would you spend the time to get on there and get clout when it's pointless anyways? Just like, I don't know. Like, we still need to talk about revolution and clout like as a topic because we've touched on it. We've talked about so much around it.
Wait. Let's do it. Let's just I'll just be a little sleepier because that is like. The reason why I had us write that stuff down was because it was all tied together so closely.
And we've talked a way
and
around
we've talked around it.
Of it. Yeah. Which is, we do it on our reading streams. It is important to kind of put all of the stuff into perspective, kind of talk about all these topics, because it's the same thing with radicalizing people. Radicalizing people is not about having the perfect tweet. Fuck, why did I throw that? It's not about having the perfect tweet. It's about like contextualizing everything and building, the case for, for your belief system. Like,
Sure.
what's the purpose of building clout if what needs to happen is people need to get out there? The purpose of building clout is to build a community that feels like they can participate in something. That's why, talking, helping build the IWW branch, we talked a lot about having a membership secretary whose job it is to reach out to people, whose job it is to be visible, to be the point of contact, to be approachable, so that when we have new members that join, people feel like they're immediately plugged in. They feel like they have someone that they know at every meeting. They have someone that they can talk to about anything that's going on without it feeling like they're, talking to leadership, quote unquote.
Right.
And someone that is immediately like their their friend when they show up, because people want to do things. People want to put labor into their communities. People want to participate in projects, but people aren't going to keep showing up if you do the food not bomb system, where it's kind of like, yeah, just show up or whatever,
man.
or don't.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, you just gotta get out there. You just gotta put on your big boy pants and just make it to a meeting, especially during COVID. Like, Jesus, at least now we can do Zoom meetings,
Yeah, I already was pessimistic about food not bombs on something with Aaron, so I don't want to go into. I don't want people make it sound like, especially because you talk about food not bombs online and people talk like they're the saints of the world.
Yeah, I mean, so, I kind of look at it the same way I look at DSA. Like, yeah, we meme on them a little bit. Like, yeah, they're doing good work. They're doing praxis. They have people that are invested in it, and that's important, and that's good that they're doing good work, and I support that. I also, don't go to Food Not Bombs, so they aren't perfect, right? Because I'm the perfect leftist, and I'm not inspired to show up to. I'm kidding.
Right.
It's
no, but you could have meant that earnestly and just been like, not for me. Like,
I want to believe in it. I want to show up, but again, I don't know anybody that works at Food Not Bombs that goes there, so I don't feel like I haven't put on my big boy pants and just showed up at Food Not Bombs yet, right?
All right, let's backtrack, because that's an interesting conversation, but it's not our main conversation.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, we can just conclude by saying Food Not Bombs could be better as an organization, but all organizations could.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If they had more time and money and people.
Sure.
And...
Just like your show could be a better show.
Exactly.
Yeah, so whatever.
More time and money.
So let's put that to the side and let's just talk about clout. How do we, if you feel like eliminating clout is a prerequisite to revolution? Well, first of all, do you feel that way? Because I feel like you've implied it.
Can there be a revolution if we're still trying to build clout? Can we build a revolution with clout? I think that my spicy take was that you can't be building clout and a revolution, because building clout is inherently about investing in your own platform, and building a revolution is about investing in your communities.
Right.
And inspiring people to invest in their own communities, not in your platform. So if you're building content to build clout, you're investing in your own platform. You're not building a revolution.
Well, you can give a lot of material aid to that person that's just knocking on doors. And when that person that's knocking on doors and the person says, "Hey, I need some actual help," they're probably leaving the neighborhood and they're looking for people who have money or have attention. And
that's a good investment of clout, I think. But I think like the process of
yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think that if you're building clout to eventually, withdraw it and invest the capital that you
I hope all of us are doing that.
Yeah. That should be the goal.
Not, right.
Yeah, it's not
all the time perfectly, but
yeah,
to some extent.
And me saying that clout is anti-revolutionary, that's a great clip, but I don't mean that building clout is like inherently bad.
Right.
It's just you have to be.
You're saying that
careful.
It's not necessarily counter-revolutionary, but it's not revolutionary.
Yeah, it's not inherently revolutionary. It depends on your intention with it. The same with that we were talking about, all this content like Amazon. Is that content on Amazon revolutionary? No. And it's especially not revolutionary because its intent is not to be revolutionary. Its intent is to make money. It's an investment of investors' money that invest in the Amazon movie studios and in
Sure.
All the writing and
Sure.
the copyright and whatever that goes into movie making.
Yeah.
So it is a lot about your intent, and it's difficult to know. It's difficult to know if you are. It's difficult to know what you should be doing at any given point. Like, we can outline what we hope a lot of our shows do. We can outline a lot of what we hope to do with our clout and with our show and with our, the work that we put into building a format and creating interesting content. And I don't think that it's possible to diagnose what you've been doing like at any given moment. You can't just go, yeah, no, I think we're doing good, right now, this very second, everything that we have, it's all good, it's all wonderful, it's all perfect content. Like, there's a lot of hindsight is 2020 that we have to have about content creation. We have to be looking back at like what we've done and not only figuring out if it's a good investment of our time, but also if it's a useful for fulfilling the purpose that that is certainly evolving as we're creating more content.
Do you guys none of us actually think on those lines, do we spend a lot of time thinking, is this revolutionary content? I guess you do a little bit.
I do a little bit because I want to. I do a little bit because I want to, and this may just be a me thing. I want to not only be, investing my time well, but also trying to make something that is worth making, so to speak.
Right. I think of the stuff that I do and I write, not like social media or anything, but my actual the podcast and then any videos and scripts that I'm working on. I think of them as less revolutionary, because I do think that revolutionary is a word that can easily be used to fully dilute what it really means.
It can be, but we have a peculiar, and this is why we did it. We have a peculiar and distinct use of the word revolutionary on this show for this episode, which may not meet the actual description, but is just our shorthand for something that we've all agreed that we think that media can do to some extent.
So I think of the things that I create, the content that I create, is less revolutionary and more inspirational, and hopefully that would inspire people to look into things more.
But but like inspirational, like if you're making inspirational content about this, that's revolutionary, and I'll tell you why. And again, revolutionary, the definition box that we agreed on. And the reason for that is because I work in sales, and one of the things that you deal with are objections. Like, somebody might understand, and we talked about how you can be dumb and be a leftist. You can be dumb and understand those principles, but then when you talk about, like, how much do I want to invest my time into this? Well, people have reasons for not wanting to do that. And the reasons can be like, I don't think that it's something that actually works. It's not practical, especially if you're talking to somebody that's older.
Yeah.
I don't think this can work. Everybody seems angry. It's depressing. I'm too busy. I'm a regular person. Just make a list. So if your content addresses that emotionally and it's not a lecture about theory or whatever. You're not reading the Conquest of Red. But it is something that is just nice to be engaged with. That fits our criteria, in my opinion.
Okay.
Ta-da!
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 Yeah, I think there's a balance between in talking about new ideas, kind of creating community, being a space for people to come together under, like, you know, we say ACAB in our stream and on our Discord, because that's our like bare minimum. Like, you have to. This is kind of what our community believes. If you can't say ACAB, then you're not really gonna fit in with our community, because that's
we are gatekeepers. We do gatekeep.
yeah. What we're
That's
saying is we gatekeep.
That's a very soft gatekeep.
Yeah, the bar is very low for us.
Why will this stick not go into my inventory? I hate it here. Yeah, right.
Drop machine.
I'm supposed to come over there and look at it. All right. Let's let me see here. Can I warp? Are you in the amusement park?
Yeah. You could also just warp.
I am warping. Bam.
So hey, clout.
Yeah, so cloud is good if you're like investing it into those projects, right? But like cloud itself, like just posting and being a big poster, having a big successful podcast is not like inherently better than like we talk about like all these like generic like left podcasts. It's no better or worse, I think, than being what the fuck is this?
And like the people that are actual organizers in Atlanta, like I guess I count myself as one kind of, but there are so many great organizers in Atlanta that are like pivotal to the mobilization aspect of the city, and they're not on Twitter. Maybe a couple, maybe one or two, but like it's not like it's not the posters necessarily, or they're on Twitter and they have like 200 followers.
Yeah, and you're not as successful of a. Did I push the button, Dennis?
Yeah, push the button.
Oops, that was not what I wanted to do. Whoa! Oh my god!
This is gonna go all the way up to build height.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, that was
It's our first
holy
actual
shit.
ride at an amusement park.
Yeah. I love the design on the walls. Yeah, all those organizers just don't have any clout, so they're not getting traction online.
They get traction hopefully through
other people that have clout that share it around.
But I think that's the point of having people on who like are maybe just not very good at the whole social media thing on.
Yeah, and it's not that they're not funny or interesting or whatever. They're human beings.
Yeah. We just have a limited amount of time to spend.
Every human being in the world isn't like you're watching this. Somebody that's funny without fucking monetizing the shit as being a poster necessarily. So just normal people. Yeah.
Dennis, World Edit works now, by the way.
I know. I've been using it, but I don't.
Sweet.
I don't trust the copy paste for.
For your redstone.
For bit by bit. Once I get to build height, I will copy and paste it from the bottom to the top.
There you go. I think that is kind of why we talked about like having different approaches and specializing in different things.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like if I asked Bo to do like write a script and be on video, like Bo wouldn't he wouldn't be good at it.
Right.
He wouldn't be. He'd be out of his element.
Yeah.
No. You don't want to be out of your element. We talked about this earlier too.
Yeah, you don't want to be out of your element, and you don't want to, push people to. Excuse me, Jesus. Taco Bell's hitting fucking. Getting too old for this shit.
Except for Taco Bell.
Too old for Taco Bell. You heard it here. Yeah, you can't force people to be good at something if they aren't inclined to either learn it or.
And we shouldn't have to. Everybody shouldn't be a.
Yeah, there's room.
Everybody
for everyone.
shouldn't be a frontliner. Everybody shouldn't be a poster. Everybody shouldn't be an organizer.
Yeah,
exactly.
Exactly. Like, there's room for everyone. Everyone should be able to specialize because it's important that we.
And people get jealous and they try to set up some fucking hierarchies of who's doing the DTW, doing the work. And if you've ever been in situations where, like, it is people who they're all DTW doing the work, they just, like, those people who, by the way, aren't necessarily the Twitter people, because sometimes you have people who are, they're yelling at you for not DTW, but they're not fucking organizers either. They're just posters that want to score on you.
Yeah.
Or what actually is more frequent is they're also posters, but their goal is to introduce a competing posting product to you. So they will be like, "You're not DTW, but they aren't doing anything either. But they're just like, you're white or something. They just come up with something. And they're
just like you're white. It's like, oh, cool, cool.
And by the way, those people are also white. That's what makes it really funny.
So like, I'm Polish. It's different.
I'm
so much of
different.
So much of Twitter is white people calling each other white.
That's some really corny shit that I'm like very tired of. It's like when white people are like embarrassed of being white, or
no one wants to argue on like their actual class interests because it would be embarrassing.
Because it's
so everybody's got to come up with a
right.
Not that nobody should mention their race in a conversation, but you know what I mean.
Right, but and then there's of course like we're not being like class reductionist here, but it's like there is like nothing wrong with
use your brains.
Yeah,
use your brains.
I'm gonna say something controversial here. There's nothing wrong inherently with being white.
I don't know, Dennis. I feel
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna get out of here. Let's get a little reactionary here. So, but,
I really thought that this was just a great organizing space, but now I see that.
Yep.
I'm fully just sucking white dick for clout.
Yeah. No, I think it's important. I think the thing that the people want to be recognized for doing the work, for being the one that shows up and is making this project happen. Like, and people want recognition for that all the fucking time.
Yeah.
And it's
I'm like it's kind of funny too, because like when I did do theater and things, everyone does have to like take a little bit of time to do backstage stuff, and you do learn that like the show can't go on without you. Like if you miss a cue, you were just as important as the person on stage missing a line. It's like you do need to learn that like sometimes taking a backstage role, it does not mean that you are not like still making the movement go forward. But it is very much tied to this idea of, because like Americans have like a poisoned mind where they like the idea of fame is like more important. Like people don't go on American Idol to be singers; they go on American Idol to be famous. And so that's like, even as leftists, like the idea that we should be fighting against this like hyper capitalist idea of fame, but it's still it permeates like like Hassan is like still super huge and things like that. Like
and people do have more clout, and how they're using that clout, how Hassan uses his clout is an important tool to judge the quality of Hassan's content, in my opinion.
Yeah, totally.
Because Hassan is using that has the responsibility to use that in good ways and not.
I think it's well, I don't know how much of it is a spectrum. Like, how much do we owe good behavior with our platforms to the movement? I've brought this up like 3 different times, but it's not because I have some ghastly move up my sleeve that I know of.
Yeah.
But just I think it's an interesting topic.
Well, I think.
Could we democratize? Would you submit
Clout.
to having your clout democratized? Basically, there were people in No Comrades under 1K that really wanted to democratize clout.
I mean,
and the problem
if this
was
means that I have to like be on Twitter less, then yes, please.
Yeah, but the problem is, that's actually the problem. That's actually the problem because like clout is a market. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's purely capitalist market because it's tightly controlled and there's an algorithm. But the algorithm is designed to be a market, right?
I think that we're getting into like that thing where people talk about how nobody would work under socialism because nobody feels like they control they control their lives.
Basically,
it's the argument to talk about where nobody would feel like they own anything, so why would they contribute to a community where they don't feel like there's any ownership or they can change anything on their own,
Yeah, but I don't want to make that sound like that's the thing that we're at core talking about. What I actually mean is, and although your point is true, it's that the people who wanted to democratize clout were really bad posters. And like they were they never said anything interesting. And if you were to go through the No Comrades under 1K hashtag and just look at names, and I did this because like I've talked about this because
I'm a nosy bitch and I'm proud of it.
Well, here's the thing. Yes, we do shamelessly clout chase upward. We also clout chase downward. Like if I find somebody that's like got like 300 followers or whatever, and they're actually like saying interesting stuff, like I'm like, hey, join the DM group. Hey, like Danny, who's in our DM group.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, I didn't know that she was a Disney actress. Was it child actress or anything? I literally just added her to the room because she was a good poster.
Yeah.
And so like I'm going through No Comrades, just looking for like, hey, is this person a good poster? And like most of them were like literally just begging for follows. And they would post like once in a while, like, capitalism bad.
Capitalism bad. I'm a comrade. See? And that, I mean,
I'm not even necessarily
your follower count
being ops, but like maybe they were, maybe they weren't. But the more important thing was they weren't good at posting.
Yeah, and there is a certain amount of like, yes, you will get followers on Twitter if you post. I think Twitter is like the best about that. Like the work you put in will get returned to you basically on Twitter in a certain sense, you know.
Yeah, but like the thing is,
it's not a useful return on investment.
Here's the thing: it's not a
then you have to be on Twitter all the time, and that sucks.
Because the actual thing about Twitter is for us. Like the thing is, you just network with people who already have the following. Because us, like you can post all day, and you're not getting it. Like you posting by yourself, you've got to be a reply person.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to
keep up with all the memes. You have to know what drama is happening. You have to be following all the accounts in the circle, in the bubble, so that when someone does something, you see it immediately, right, and you're scrolling. You're like, oh shit, I have to fucking reply to this shit right now. What's something funny? What's something funny, mom?
Like this is what happens when comedians like get together.
Oh yeah, and I hate that.
It's what happens when comedians get together in real life. And the thing is, you can't you eventually do get a rapport where you stop you are actually friends. But it is so hard to stop doing bits.
Twitter does have
says. And it's like, I just want to be friends. I'm sorry that I can't stop riffing.
That's why so many comedians like blow up on Twitter, is because Twitter is basically like a form of riff speech.
No comedian
Like
supergroups, please.
The thing is, like I did suddenly
Four Sarah Coopers. Sarah Coopers.
I did suddenly come into a bunch of followers after starting YouTube and like joining the podcast because we had fans.
Sure.
But like a lot of it was like other people, like big names and things like that, and it's just because like I wasn't even trying to be like a dirty clout chaser or anything, but like when someone posted something funny, or like it was mostly on Instagram, if someone posted something that was like I thought cool, I would just comment and be like, hey, that's really cool, or like on their story I'd just be like, oh, I think that's like really awesome that you're doing that. And then all of a sudden I got like Street Fight and like Brett personally following me on like Instagram and things like that, and then like Minion Death Cult, like the podcast, and also both members, like they started following me, and then like actually talking to me, and then like when they all came to LA, like we hung out, like but like that's just it. It's like I never thought of it as clout chasing, more of it as just like I'd like to be friends with you all because we're in the same like circles, and we all like believe these same things.
Yes, that's true. That's actually
I think that's the most humbling thing about the Street Fight guys, is that they are genuinely just they're
so cool.
They're very human people, like some of the kindest people, and they're really just like two goofy stoner dads. Like that's it. They really are just like what you hear on the podcast is who they are in real life.
Yes.
And that's great about that, and that's what I would hope that we, the three of us on Psychic Dolphin Garage, kind of follow in that way. Like I'm not totally a different person online than I am in real life. I am.
I'm much more melancholy in real life. I mean, I'm just sitting there. Goddamn, it's crazy.
You only catch me online after at least 2 monsters. So
right. Yeah. I mean, other than the things that you don't like, pull.
But yeah, if you were just a person and you were just like, man, I love just listening to fucking Brandon talking. He's profound once in a while. You'd fucking love just hanging out with me all day. This is pretty close to it. This is it, kind of.
Yeah. I like, you don't even have to be good at posting to get big on platforms.
No.
And it, and posting is minimal. You don't have to like say profound things. You just have to participate. I at least in my, from what I've seen, you just have to participate. You just have to kind of, be there for a little bit of it, and you'll get rewarded with some fucking clout, like, because Twitter just wants people to be on their platform, and if you're on their platform, they'll make sure that you have a reason to be on their platform even more.
Sure.
So you play more, you win more. Twitter isn't the lottery.
It's a slot machine.
Yeah. Twitter is not the lottery, it's a slot machine. So
it's a loot box.
Yeah, whereas Facebook, if we did take the Patreon money and just reinvested it in the Facebook, I'm sure we'd get crazy amounts of followers. I could start promoting links and stuff. Am I going to? It doesn't really seem worth it, because Facebook doesn't seem like the place to be pushing all the content.
Unless we were doing unless we were like heavily in video, that's the only way you can get video to get big on YouTube or on Facebook is by paying for it. We'd
have to be editing a lot more video in the first place to have it for it to be worthwhile for us to be paying Facebook
and we'd have
to
be making like tasty style videos. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, it would have to be like, it would have to be like a parody of those videos in order for us to get anywhere, because that is
Leonardo da Vinci.
Like, you have to get the rectangle, but like it's still like a square and like 2 bar, like square video, but like a bar on top and a bar on bottom, so it fits, your rectangular video fits in it, and then you just have like, caption up here, caption down there. That's the only way and then I'm not even going to attempt TikTok, because I have no idea what it I'm old. I don't know what it is. I
put some of my edited like videos, like Twitter videos, onto TikTok, but if we were going to do anything to Cloutform right now, it would definitely be video editing. It would definitely be like making like short like reaction videos that can go on TikTok, that can go on Reddit, and then just cross posting it like fucking madmen.
Yeah, and
to where TikTok, just TikTok and Reddit.
TikTok and Reddit, because that's where everything. Those are the big content aggregators right now.
And then we would put it on Instagram like a week later after everyone already knew about it.
Yeah, you put it on IGTV, and then like you post it on your Facebook page. You know, a long time later, like you can wait a year and then post it on the Facebook page, and you purposely put like the iFunny watermark on it so that
9gag E-bombs world.
God, I forgot about 9gag. Why is iFunny even still a thing? God, that thing is so like 2007.
I know.
Everybody that got there for when did the iTouch come out? The first iTouch come out?
Oh God!
It came out when I was.
Anyway, iFunny, be funny.
Yeah.
You're dating yourself, but yeah, actually iFunny's dating themselves. Get a grip, iFunny.
Absolutely.
Listen, it's been real. I'm gonna slide out 3 minutes before you guys actually physically wrap.
Okay.
You kept me on for clout discussion, and I think we got to a good resolution there.
Yeah. There's so much that there's so much that I think about with all of this that just bounces around inside of my brain. It feels good to kind of you know get under a light a little bit and you know talk about it, especially with other creators that are kind of doing the same thing that we're doing and thinking about the same problems that we're having to face.
Yeah.
Because you know we're the online segment of people that do stuff, and we're doing it because it seems like there is a benefit to you know there's a benefit to spreading agitprop online. And as long as we all still thinks, you know, that that's the case, then we'll all continue to you know, wrestle with these problems and try to come up with, you know, better solutions and or you know, or eventually you know, just abandon the internet as a means of radicalization.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah. If you're still listening again for the second time, check out the Wonks stream. It will be
Meltdown 2020 tomorrow 7. Me and Island Goth and Kenzo, Adriel Hampton, Lauren Ashcraft, Aislinn. If you guys know Aislinn, Anarchist Barbie, she's also going to be on. It's going to be just too many people. Just big
Barbie.
Yeah.
Fucking Street Fight.
Brian's gonna be there.
Street Fight is so cool. I'm glad that we have we have Brett scheduled to come on the show.
Gotta work on that.
I'm trying to clout farm surfs a little bit.
Sure.
We're gonna have the surfs on our show.
I love that.
They're also very on Twitter brain, so hopefully I'll get to spend a little bit of like pre-show talking about these same kind of things with them, because that'd be cool as fuck.
I love that. And Aaron will be there, who's now a Trillbilly. Mm-hmm. Like, look at this, big things happening. I love it.
We were this close to having a Trillbilly on our show.
You still be, I'm sure that you still be.
I'll just invite Aaron back. Be like, all right, cool. Now it's official. Now we've had a Trillbilly on.
That's right.
Fuck Taryn.
That's right. All right, I'm out of here.
All right, later, Brandon.
Hey, Brandon.
Oh, Tiny Slime Boss. I see that you left us a comment. Happy Minecraft Monday to you as well.
Mm-hmm.
Dennis.
Yes.
This has been interesting.
It has been.
I have done so much mining in the survival server. I remember why I played Minecraft again. I was getting kind of fed up with creative a little bit.
See, I like as soon as I can figure out what I'm supposed to actually be making, like I actually do it and I like it. That's what I like. I like having actual projects.
I like that we have both and we can just go back and forth. It feels really nice.
I need to look up some more like actual, because like I didn't come up with this. I didn't know this. But I need to find someone else who does know how to do all this stuff and then just copy it. But look at this. It's so much fun.
Do I like accelerate as I go up?
I don't know. I think you do.
So like the taller it gets, the more I'll accelerate.
Yeah, you're just gonna.
Hopefully. Well, yeah, check out our stream tomorrow as well. We are
Yeah.
not going to be quite as star-studded. It'll be the regular crew for Tuesday. Bo
Gonna
will
be
probably
family.
show up.
Yeah.
Raul will be there. Raul from the Authentic Discourse podcast.
If JJ stops by.
Ooh, I
maybe.
do need to message JJ and Artemis and see if they're going to stop by.
JJ might be
Do-
able to.
Yeah, JJ would probably be at home preparing for the worst either way. JJ's healthcare depends on Biden winning.
Yeah.
So
You know what, JJ?
all of our healthcare depends on Biden winning.
JJ could just move him and the whole family over here. That's actually not. That's not good. Don't do that. It's very expensive here.
It's very expensive, and the Medi-Cal, Medi-Cal.
Well, it's like, yeah, you can get Medi-Cal. That's great, but guess what? You gotta sleep on the street. Aw, damn.
Great, sleeping on the street. Well, at least he has, kids that he can like hold out and be like, I gotta feed him.
Yeah.
And that's how he gets it. So
Yeah.
I don't like sounds coming from inside that lodge. Anyways, yeah, I think that's all we've got.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for watching the Minecraft stream. Jesus Christ, if you're watching this still, like, I appreciate everybody that goes back and watches our replays.
Yeah.
Please don't die. Oh God.
Some
okay.
of you do, and it's weird, and I don't get it, but thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate your loyalty.
Mm-hmm. Zach, did you just cheat?
No, I'm gonna put boats in this. I'm gonna put a bunch of boats in this in this box over here.
Couldn't you just build boats?
Well, yeah, but I'm going to put a bunch of boats in this box over here so it's always filled with boats.
Yeah, but like, wouldn't you just build like 64 boats?
Shouldn't Dennis,
you just build 64 boats?
I don't know what you're implying here, but
I'm
I
implying that
feel
you're cheating.
I'm just building boats, Dennis. I'm just putting boats into.
I thought boats were
here.
stackable. Oh wait, no, that'll be the
they're
next
not
update.
stackable. Oh, thank God, that'd be so nice.
Yeah, I think literally everything's supposed to be stackable, and then there's supposed to be like sub-stackable stuff.
That'd be so nice. I cannot wait. Let's see. Let's grab the chest. Then we're gonna put the chest, and then we're gonna
Anyway, you're cheating.
unload boats into here. There we go. All right. There we go. All right,
It's
there.
disappointing, but
See, Dennis, I didn't cheat.
mm-hmm.
Why would you say that I cheated, Dennis? I'm the server administrator, Dennis. I am not allowed to cheat. It's physically impossible for me to cheat.
That's, you know what? Whatever.
You can't. You can't deny physics, Dennis.
I think it's more of a philosophical question.
Metaphysics, Dennis. You can't deny metaphysics. There's that philosophical enough for you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go watch Philosophy Tube or try to watch Philosophy Tube because I keep
Watch
Dennis, did you just fucking out me on Twitter for cheating on Minecraft?
Oh no, I did say that you were bisexual. Sorry, I didn't know if everyone.
God damn it.
God damn, not everyone knew.
Well, great. Our National Coming Out Day episode wasn't clear enough. Yeah, thanks everybody that watches our replays.
Thank you.
Dear
everyone.
God, I'm so sorry that we don't do enough good content. Also, I'm going to go pull a Patreon episode off and post that as a regular episode because Bo did miss.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't do Craig back up with our last recording, and Bo had something weird going on, and I just was out of it and just did not ensure that we were going to have a usable recording. So
Well, you know what? Going forward, because Bo's got a new job. Hopefully, you can get a new podcast rig.
Yeah, hopefully we can set up Bo with a little bit better microphone, and I gotta get you an interface as well, Dennis.
Yeah.
Yours is just dying slower than his is.
Yeah, mine's dying from like smoking like Pall Malls for like 40 years. His has like aggressive cancer.
Aggressive childhood leukemia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Christ Jesus. Well, thanks again, everybody. I apologize. I do not have a camera today because I don't know. It just decided not to work. I also need to reinstall Windows on my machine because
Yeah, we're falling apart at the seams here.
all the time, as
I'm
you
blaming-
can tell from our
I'm blaming the
conversation.
Yeah, I'm just gonna blame the election and say once it's over, everything should be better regardless of who wins because I don't have to think about the election anymore.
I'm just praying that it's better because if it's not, then I don't know what I'm gonna do, Dennis. What am I gonna blame next?
Here's the thing: I think I can handle a fascist takeover. I don't need the news cycle to be election all the time. That's
the
brain
2024 election starts on
Mhm.
November 4th, Dennis.
Shut up. I just can't deal with the brain rot of everyone talking about these two elderly men anymore.
Yeah, same.
Mhm.
So
So anyway, bye everyone. Good night.
good night. Have a wonderful last sleep before before
The
the
dawn
election
before the
goes.
final day. 24 hours
Uh,
remain.
Jesus Christ. Bye.
Bye.